A recycling plant near population is a bad idea. 6/7/20, John Vasilchik. People should vote on Endicott plant. 6/28/20, Olin Searles. Endicott battery plant affects everyone. 7/12/20, Kathy Nichols. Same recycled answers from battery plant. 9/13/20, Ellen Taberry. Has Endicott learned from its past? 9/27/20, Olin Searles. Some questions for the mayor on Endicott proposal. 9/27/20, Paul and Ellen Connett. Thanks to Lepardo for Endicott request. 10/4/20, John Ruspentini. Rebuting the Endicott mayor and the DEC. 10/11/20, Robert Taberry. Look who's against the battery plant. 10/25/20, George Fiedler. Endicott should learn from past. 10/25/20, Amanda Smith. Endicott mom against battery site. 10/25/20, Mark Ponzi. Fear mongering by Endicott mayor. 11/1/20, Patrick Dorner. Trustees should work for residents. 11/1/20, Nicholas Burlingame. Making Endicott a business-friendly village. 11/1/20, Ellen Connett. Mayor makes incorrect statements. 11/1/20, Paul Connett. Responses about battery plant. 11/22/20, Terry Farrell. Past pollution shows how vulnerable Endicott is. 12/20/20, Carol Layton. Battery opponents do want industry for Endicott. I'd also like the following correspondences entered into the record. Letter to Mayor Jackson and village trustees from the UE School District on 5/6/20. Letter to Mayor Jackson and village board members from Bramer Law, 5/13/20. Letter to Mayor Jackson from New York State Senator Fred Akshar, 5/15/20. Letter to Mayor Jackson from Congressman Anthony Brindisi, 5/18/20. Letter to Basil Segos, DEC and Empire State Development, signed by 154 organizations on 5/28/20. Letter to the New York State DEC Commissioner Basil Segos from the Broome County Legislature members, not all of them, but some of them, on 8/24/20. Email to Mayor Jackson from John Ruspentini on 9/17/20. Letter to Elizabeth Tracy, New York State DEC from John Ruspentini, 9/17/20. And a letter to the New York State DEC Commissioner Basil Segos from the Honorable Donna Lepardo on 9/21/20. And also the Town of Union meeting minutes from 8/5/20 and 9/2/20. And the Village of Endicott Planning Board report from 4/16/20. And the following petitions: a change.org petition featuring 4,396 online signatures, local and from around the world. And a Facebook group, Say No to Lithium Ion Battery Incineration in Endicott, which has 1.8 thousand members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Now, we don't have anything for Anthony to say because Anthony's not here. Bob, do you have anything you'd like to bring up?
Just real quick, you'll see that there's a motion regarding training session that I did for the planning board this month. I'd also like to perform one for the zoning board in the next couple of months. These are required trainings each year.
Idea.
So I just wanted to let you know that. If anyone has any questions on that, you can contact me offline. And the other thing is a few things have come to my attention on the lockdown law that I'm going to be looking at. So I expect to have something to you by the next meeting or the next work session, I guess, with some proposed edits or amendments to that. I don't have that finalized yet, but that's something I'm working on. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, will you be coming to the SEPTED with that also? Or at least have Mike come to SEPTED with that?
Yes, Mike can present that at SEPTED, and we can certainly start there if you'd like, and then we could bring it to the board, the village board level.
Yeah, that way we can get it all ironed out before we bother making any resolutions. I would like that. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Linda, I had a question for Bob.
Yep, go ahead, Ted.
Actually, for first one, I had two questions. One for Nick. Nick, I missed the beginning of your list there. What was that list of?
This was a table of contents, a whole bunch of items that I would like entered into the legislative record for the local law 01-2021.
And those were people and things that what?
Those are letters and items from concerned citizens in the Endicott, Broome County area.
Okay. And then the question I had, Bob, was when Nick says that he wants those put in the record, what actually physically does that mean? I mean, how can so that we can follow and see if it really got in the record?
Yeah, it's part of the information documentation that the board is going to consider in deciding whether or not to approve the law tonight. So he wants these documents to be part of the record that the board's going to be considering when it's deciding whether to vote to admit or to approve or not approve the law.
But say somebody comes in 2 or 3 weeks and wants to see what he entered into the record. Where do you find that in the record?
Oh, well, those are all public documents. So, you know, it would just be a FOIL request, and we could certainly respond and provide that through a FOIL.
But shouldn't they be attached somehow or included with the minutes or something?
Yeah, we certainly could do that. I'll be assembling all the record documents. We could have them attached to the minutes if that's what you want to do.
Seems like they should, because I don't know where anybody's ever going to find them afterwards easily, you know?
Oh my God.
Okay.
No way.
I think my computer's stuck. Are we all set to go on now? Are we all set?
Yeah, yeah.
What happened? I don't know. I'll read it while you're doing yours. Okay, now we can go on to the public hearing. I'm going to ask Eileen to read a letter from Larry Coppola, and then I will turn the whole meeting over to Bob if that's agreeable. Okay, Eileen, the floor is yours.
Okay, this is a letter that I received from Larry Coppola. Disclaimer, my name is Larry Coppola. I am a member of various boards in the village, including planning board. This statement is in no way represents or reflects the board or individuals other than myself. I feel that we should set aside both local laws regarding recycling and redefine 5 terms in the code. They are as follows, with brief and unlawyer-like definitions that will require additions work. Number 1, manufacturing. An industrial process assembling raw materials and manufactured parts to create a new product, assemble, and create. 2, industrial recycling. An industrial process to disassemble a manufactured product into parts and raw materials, disassemble. Number 3, recycling. Collecting, separating, packing waste products for sale or disposal. Number 4, repurposing, collecting items and cleaning, altering, or embellishing for resale as a product resembles the original. Number 5, junkyard, collection of used items with no clear, direct, or timely plan or way to reuse. Let me emphasize that these are templates and a clarification of the term industrial is likely necessary. However, I urge clarification in all definition, more words, and more interpretations. Amend table 22-2 in the zoning law, which indicates whether an activity is permitted or requires a special permit. Pay particular attention to special permits, Article 66, which requires much more local interactions and input. 3 requests to all involved. In this bitter exchange regarding recycling, no one has asked what is in the air now. How could anyone assign, blame, or monitor an activity without a baseline. Test now, make the arrangements. It is critical. Here on campus, love it or hate it, it's critical for our future work with them, plan with them, include them in the process, and assist them where possible. Quickly is not necessarily competent. Deliberate with thought and direction. Some personal thoughts from Larry. In order for the village to survive and prosper, we must consider fiscal health and ecological issues. We must plan and collaborate with the very institutions we created, federal, state, county, and local, all the while seeking and heeding the best information available from reputable sources. Larry's always a Disney guy. As the Disney movie claims, there is a circle of life. Everything is interdependent, and all that is. In today's world, everything we buy and use is disposable. When is the last time you saw a repair shop? Faced with finite resources and disposable capabilities, it is fiscally, ecologically, and socially responsible and necessary to reuse what we create. Recycling is a growth business, a business of tomorrow, necessary. I am not suggesting we simply open the doors, be responsible, act responsible. That is the purpose of a special permit. Please create a path for the future existence of our village. Thank you, Larry Coppola.
Okay, thank you, Eileen. Now, Bob, I'm going to go on mute so that you can open it up to the public hearing now. And then when you're all done, I'll come back on. If you'll unmute me, I would appreciate it. And that way you won't hear any back noise while you're trying to conduct your meeting.
Yeah, me
Thank
too,
you.
Bob, because I have kids at home.
Okay. Okay, so now we're commencing the public hearing portion of the meeting, and this is a public hearing regarding local law 1 of 2021, which is a local law prohibiting recycling facilities in industrial zones. According to the board rules, each speaker has no more than 3 minutes. So I've got a timer here, and I'm going to be timing you, and I'll do my best to give you a warning if you're getting close to the 3 minutes, so you know to wrap up. There's a raise your hand feature on Zoom. I hope everyone knows how to use that. I see a lot of you already have your hands raised. So if you want to speak, do the raise your hand feature on Zoom, and that will allow me to know to call on you. There are some people who are participating by cell phone without a video, and I'll have to go through those individually one by one, but I'm going to go through the people on video first who have their hands raised. And you can only speak one time for 3 minutes, as I said, each. So bear with me as I go through, and I'll be asking to unmute you, and that's at that point is when you unmute yourself, and then you can speak.
Yeah, Bob, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ted, I can hear you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everybody gives their name and address before they speak.
Okay, if you want to state your name, and if you're comfortable stating your address, you can do that as well. So I'm starting with Craig Stevens.
Thanks, Bob, and everybody listening. 1527 Silver Creek Road. I'm actually down in Silver Lake Township in Pennsylvania. I'm downwind of this, of the potential facility there that we're not interested in breathing in. I'm going to show you a picture here. That's my father. He was wing commander right there at Broome County Airport of Civil Air Patrol, 63-year first responder. And let me also tell you, where I live, there are 56 compressor stations that when they were installed, we were told that water vapor comes out. And as soon as they turned them on, kids started getting asthma, and people started having breathing difficulties and headaches. They put an LNG filling station in our area, 4 miles from my house. Same thing. They told us it would be very safe until 8 trucks crashed and multiple drivers were killed driving it. So the first rule my dad would say is don't believe any corporation coming in telling you everything's going to be great. That's like you're going to buy a used car from a little old lady that drove only to church. So My focus is we live downwind. We've got enough problems in our area already with what's going on in our area. And we'd prefer that you guys look into things that are a little less abusive to the air we breathe. As you know, things that come out in the air in Endicott can go 30 miles in any direction if the wind's blowing properly. So safety first, not next. I heard the initial statement by the mayor, Linda Jackson. And Ms. Jackson, let me just tell you, this is how this works. The people stood up against this because it's their community that this is supposed to be going in and that you were looking at. So Sunjeel has a vested interest to make money. They want to come in and make money doing something. Whether it bothers people, harms people or not, is not their interest. Their interest is money. So when the people stand up, that's exactly how it's supposed to be done. I appreciate anybody's position on here, especially on the board. You guys are public servants, and we all appreciate you and the time you take to do this. My father did not spend 63 years doing what he did because he liked it. He did it because it was a calling, just like it is for most firefighters and policemen. My brother spent 30 years as a hurricane hunter, flying into perfectly good airplanes into hurricanes to protect the citizens along the coastlines. My family's done 122 years of military service between 4 people. So let me just tell you, the citizens, that's my dad and my family members went to war for and did their service for us so that we all had the right to speak up, especially as local concerned citizens. And so we appreciate anybody's position that likes this thing that's supposed to go in there. Just remember what was there. When you want to say you want to draw people to Endicott, you don't need a legacy like IBM or anybody else like that, because that drives people away. When people get sick and they can't no longer stay in the area and they get strange illnesses, that's not an attractant, that's a repellent. So I will just say to anybody listening tonight, I'm a concerned neighbor from not too far away. My property values go down. I've been trying to sell 115-acre property in our area for the last 5 years and nobody will buy. You know why? Because it's a destroyed, polluted area that nobody can breathe in. Thank you. And so learn from our mistakes just a few miles south of you. Come down and drive down 29 and try not to rip your front end off on the potholes in all of our roads that you don't have there. So thank God for beautiful downstate New York, and keep it clean and don't destroy our air in the process. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. And after you've had a chance to speak, if you could lower your hand, that would make it easier for me to figure out who I have and have not called on. So next is Terry Farrell.
Hi, Bob. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Terry Farrell. I live at 404 Hazel Avenue. I am in favor of rescinding the zoning law that was voted and passed on May 7th. Endicott has had a history of contamination from decades of industrial pollution. In the late 80s, I was studying nutrition and worked as a co-op in Building 18, the former IBM here on campus, which Craig just spoke about. The village of Endicott was prospering with job opportunities and economic growth. Our local businesses were thriving, and Washington Avenue was the main shopping district for Endicott at that time. IBM offered incentives to hundreds of employees who worked there and was hailed as one of the most stable and secure employers in Broome County. Within 6 months, there were stories about the toxic spill. The chemicals we were working with in the manufacturing of printed circuit boards, mainly trichloroethylene, were making employees sick. Many people, both working at IBM and living in the plume, were at greater risks of illnesses such as cancer and multiple sclerosis. It was very noticeable that declining property values were impacting Endicott's once thriving community, and at the same time, businesses were leaving the area, including IBM. Eventually, the chemicals were making me sick, and no one could answer why I was having trouble walking, and chemicals deemed safe were poisoning my body. I changed my degree to environmental science to understand the relationship between chemicals and impacts to public health. After regaining my health over the years, I have continued to advocate for clean air and quality water, and we all have that right. As early as last March, I've been speaking on village board meetings about the proposed Sunjeel project and issues with the water, writing and asking to volunteer my time on the water board, only to be denied. I have often raised concerns about the emerging contaminants and volatile compounds, such as 1,4-dioxane and PFAS, that were not regulated, though found in our water system. In July of last year, New York State adopted the first in the nation drinking water standard to set maximum contaminant levels to ensure drinking water quality and safeguard New Yorkers' health. Though we are making great strides to protect the health and safety of our residents throughout our state, what are we doing in our local community? Are we doing everything possible to protect our residents from future harm? Please give the village a chance to enact meaningful protections and rescind the law. This is the second time the planning board could not issue a decision about the zoning change, and that should give you reason until we have the best language possible and proper restrictions can be put into place. We need to learn from our past mistakes in order to protect our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have, your name there is Betty, but you don't look like a Betty, so I'll unmute you and you can speak.
Okay. No, it's Howard. My wife used it for something for the school. So my name is Howard Warner. I live in Vestal on Deerfield Place. And I support rescinding the law that we're discussing that was passed last year. Obviously, I don't have to repeat everything that everyone has said, but you have 100-year history of pollution in Endicott by companies that were ignorant at the time of the dangers of these chemicals. And they did what they could to remediate them. But even today, there's still a plume from chemicals that were used at IBM and even at Endicott Johnson. So the legacy remains for many years for the short-term gain of a few jobs. I am not an environmentalist, but I am a dentist. I studied chemistry, and I certainly understand the dangers of some of these chemicals. And the idea that you're going to put dangerous chemicals like PFAS into the air where people live 50 feet away and are generally poor, not knowledgeable in the dangers, is outrageous. Beyond that, I don't know what I can say. You know, it just boggles the mind. The law that was passed does not include any of the suggestions made by the county when it did 39 review. This is horrendous that this was not considered. There were many good suggestions that the county planning board gave, and that was not considered, which is very suspicious to anyone who's an objective observer. The landowners should not see a decline in their property values, which will certainly result from the new pollution that would be formed by burning toxic products. Rescinding the law will allow the village to write a law that protects the property owners and not just the outside interests that are coming in to make a profit. As I said, I'm a dentist. I own a business. I understand that everyone who has a job because of the economic vitality. But you don't create economic vitality by creating a new love canal. This is not how it works, not in this day and age. 2, recycling should be clean. If you're going to use, quote,
15 seconds.
Energy, huh?
15 seconds, sorry.
Okay. If you're going to use green energy, don't pollute when you recycle it. And I will say that even though I am not personally right in the village, I really will be subject to this because I live southeast where the winds prevail. And I want to thank you for giving me the time, and I wish you all the best of luck in ending this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I've got Ellen Connett.
Good evening. thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am opposed to this recycling law, and I am very happy that the trustees are considering the rescinding of it. This law was specifically written for Sunjeel, and it will leave the barn door open for the village to keep this law in place for other recyclers who have the similar processes of Sunjeel. They will come to Endicott. There are no protections in this recycling law for the residents of Endicott, and it's a good thing you are rescinding it. I guess I want to say it was very sad to hear the comments from the mayor about her residents. I would have thought she would have been so proud of having so many people in the village become involved in this issue. Democracy is very sacred, and thank you, Craig. Thank you, Craig, for telling us about your family. This is why our young men go outside this country for war, to give us this privilege of becoming democratically involved in our communities. So I want to thank everybody tonight who has been involved in this issue. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Carol Layton.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Carol Layton, and I live in the lower end of Wilson Avenue in Enwell of the town of Union. This is only 2 streets away from the Endicott Village property line. I believe that Sunjeel MC America will affect my health and safety if allowed to operate in Endicott. I have been opposed from the beginning to the zoning law that was voted on and passed on May 7, 2020. It was very obvious this law was created for the purpose of allowing Sunjeel to come to Endicott, in spite of the mayor's denial. The previous law did not allow recycling. This law does not provide any restrictions to protect the health and safety of Endicott residents and only restricts garbage recycling. We all can agree that industry needs to be brought to Endicott, but not at the expense of the health and safety of its residents who live and raise families here. The only people who will benefit from this company are the investors who are making a profit. Also, Imperium 3, the battery manufacturer, will not benefit from the end product of precious metals because these metals will be shipped to South Korea. When BAE made their decision to relocate from Johnson City to Endicott, it was the best thing that could happen because the company brought hundreds of good paying jobs with them. BAE causes no hazards with their operation. That is the type of industry that should be brought to Endicott, not just companies who recycle, not companies who provide very little jobs. I really appreciate the present administration for being more concerned about protecting the residents of Endicott and surrounding communities. I am definitely in favor of rescinding the present zoning law and adding a new law that will add restrictions to not allow any company to further pollute our already contaminated community, possibly adding a special permit provision as a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Janice T. And you need to unmute yourself. I can't hear you.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with everyone. Craig, you said don't believe the safety. Actually, because taxpayer money is involved in this project, they're opening themselves wide open to False Claims Act. If there's federal matching funds, it goes federal, and there's a 30% reward to the whistleblower. These are some very potent laws that we have on our side to empower ourselves as a community. And New York State also has laws. You don't even have to know that the data was false. Causes to be presented false or fraudulent claim for payment or approval. they're wide open. They might want to reconsider coming around here. The other thing I really don't like is these industry buzzwords. I don't know how much you guys are involved with this, but you know, when all natural, you know, the food is all natural, it means nothing. It has no legal definition. Clean energy has no legal definition. New Green Deal, GMO, pesticides, green has no legal definition. Innovative, these are industry buzzwords where they have actually misappropriated the English language to mislead the public. So do not use those words and don't buy into it. Our town is not hostile to business. We oppose a toxic economy. So let's see who Sangil is. Well, who did guys get involved with? Initially, when I looked them up, I found that their parent company was on the internet, is LG Chemical. Now, Korean companies, the whole Korean society has been rocked to the core recently in the last so many years by corporate corruption. Because for the corporate world in Korea, more or less, from what I've read, is that there's no shame in corruption. The only shame is in not making money. Okay, so they really don't care about us. Make no mistake what you're dealing with here. Now, what kind of history does LG Chem have? Well, in May of 2020, we're just sued and lost on a false claim act. Okay, and not too long ago, oh no, that was in 2019, accused of fraud and lost. LG Chem, the lithium-ion battery manufacturer. And then when President Trump forbade the exportation of rare minerals, all of a sudden they started talking about putting in a battery manufacturing plant here. Okay. LG Chem in May of 2020, last year, they had a poor maintenance due to negligence. They killed 12 people and thousands of people were sent to the hospitals, at least 32 animals. Know what you're dealing with here. I really think that the whole purpose of residential zoning is to prevent toxic and detrimental to residential areas. The whole purpose of having zoning laws was violated. And that's why the people stood up. I thank you very much and get rid of this lousy new law. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellen Taberi.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Ellen Taberi. Why is there an awful echo? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, but there is an echo. If you want to figure it out, I can come back to you, or you can go ahead. You want to give it a try?
Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, this is great.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm Ellen Taberi. I live in Ipswich, Massachusetts. I'm on this call as I grew up on the North Side, and my family lives there now, including my infant nephew and my toddler niece. I'm on the phone for them. If anything, we need to think of Endicott's children. I want the current recycling law to be repealed to prevent Sungil, MCC, and any other polluting recycling companies from coming to Endicott. Recycling lithium-ion batteries is absolutely essential. It's getting way out of hand as far as how many hundreds and thousands of batteries need to be recycled, and this world does not have it under grasp. There are other ways of recycling lithium-ion batteries that are clean, that do not involve incineration. The recycling of many other consumer products is absolutely essential, including the lithium-ion batteries. Endicott and all communities need to move toward a circular economy. In that vein, please rescind this current law and write a new law so that new recycling companies that are truly clean, whose processes have no incineration and no release of toxic emissions, can come to Endicott. Thank you for the time to speak.
Thank you. Christine?
Hi there.
Hi.
Okay. So thank you for allowing me to speak. And I just wanted to say that I'm really glad that the unmute button indeed works. And one thing before I get started, I do want to go on record right here and now to call out the absolute rudeness of our elected mayor. I feel that Ms. Jackson, if you were able to be on camera with us for the beginning of this meeting, you should be offering the same respect. And thank you. I will begin my 3 minutes now. My name is Christine Ellison. I live at 511 Exchange Avenue. So I'm not going to speak here about how not rescinding this zoning law is going to affect me or my family, or how bad it is for us all health-wise or environmentally speaking. Nor am I going to mention any flowery, empty phrases about thinking positive, it will be okay, because it won't. And we all know the dangers of this facility and others like it. We've seen it in our nation and our little community, important decisions made without our input or permissions, meetings where we were not permitted to speak, and repeated instances where we were grossly mistreated, misunderstood, and misrepresented in the media, all because we are thinking for ourselves and looking after our own health. Troubling, hurtful, and most of all, counterproductive. The good news is that misinformation has a way of tripping itself up and then being exposed in the light. Tonight, we're gathered yet again discussing the zoning law passed at the village meeting held May 7th, 2020 with yes votes entered by 2 of the members still remaining here tonight. Yes votes to this law after a public promise to not pass this zoning law. These yes votes left us all, and I do believe I speak for most people here, as the British say, completely gobsmacked. May I take this moment to again welcome our newly re-elected and elected trustees, Mr. Patrick Dorner and Mr. Nick Burlingame. Nice to have you both on board. In the game of chess, which is gaining popularity these days, I'm told, there's always a next move, and it's high time for one here. So what to do here and now? Here are my suggestions. Number 1, vote tonight to completely rescind this zoning law passed May 7th. Rescind it in its entirety, right here, right now. It is too broken to keep. Next, we all, as a community, with these our elected officials, work specifically on a feasible process definition for what can safely be allowed in our village for the following words: recycling and process of recycling. Okay. I envision many good possibilities for the village of Endicott, and let's start tonight by rescinding this law, have a public meeting. Perhaps Trustee Konecki could organize that since she's organizing everyone. Let's get together, let's talk about what we all want and make this all about what we want and not some silly and a forced agenda from outside our community. Thank you.
Okay, next is Marianne. And there are 2 Mariannes, so hold on. I've got one Marianne in the works, and I'll get to the next one next. Marianne Curnow, I'll get to you in a moment.
Okay, thank you. For 10 months, Endicott residents have been attending these Zoom meetings for one reason: to plead to the board to not permit SunGeel to build a battery recycling incineration facility in the village. The public has appealed over and over again to the board to disallow SunGeel here. There have been numerous marches and rallies to protest the facility. 3, many letters to the editors, as Nick Burlingame stated, have been written against the facility. Number 4, the scientists, Dr. Paul Connett, George Fiedler, RN, John Ruspintini, Dr. Tom O'Brien, have all spoken on the Zoom calls because they used science, not spin, not fluff, not rhetoric, to determine that SunGeel's emissions would be poisonous to Endicott's land, air, and water. If you don't believe me, you can get the report from the DEC yourself. You can look up each chemical to see the hazard of each chemical. Number 5, lawn signs have popped up all over the village to not burn broom and not have a battery incinerator. Number 6, the Bob Joseph Show has hosted opponents of this project. Number 7, even local and state politicians have written letters to express their concern of building such a facility next to homes, restaurants, parks, and baseball fields. Number 8, the DEC has had viable concerns that this project is unsafe from start to finish. And what I mean by that is, in speaking to people up at the DEC, they are very, very uncomfortable and actually worried about the fires within the storage facility off of Franklin Street. I am asking the board to rescind the recycling law as it currently stands and to create a new recycling law that does not permit any type of incineration, burning, smelting, melting, heating, gasification, et cetera, that has to do with heat. And lastly, what I want to say is a lot of people during the pandemic are looking for a silver lining. And there has been a silver lining in this exhausting effort that we have all put forth, because the meetings, the rallies, the letter writing, the protesting, the lawn signs, all of it has been exhausting. But I'm going to tell you a few things that have had a silver lining in this effort to not allow Sunjeel to come here. One is that we have learned a lot. We've learned so much from real experts, real scientists. Number 2, we have made so many new friends. And number 3, Endicott has come together in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next Mary Ann.
Okay, am I unmuted now? Is that? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Rick. I'm Mary Ann Kerno. I live on 1013 Forest Road over in Endwell. And I just want to add my voice to the many others that have spoken tonight, just to say that I'm totally against that recycling law, any recycling law that would permit incineration or allow that Sunjeel company to come here. I commend all the people, the scientists and Dr. Connett and all the others who have given so much information to educate me about the process and the others, and why it doesn't belong in Broome County, or especially in the location that they wanted to put it, right near people's homes and ball fields and restaurants and all kinds of other things. I just think that Endicott, we should be looking for clean business, industry, to come here to enrich the community, not something that's going to put people's lives at risk, their health at risk. Everyone's presented great points of why this doesn't belong here. I just totally agree that we need to rescind that law and look into better enriching businesses that would add to the community, that would add to the quality of life here. This would do nothing for our quality of life. It would take away from it, in my opinion. So that's really, I also have a daughter who moved back into town, a son-in-law and 2 small grandchildren who live in the village of Endicott, not far from where this would be. So I certainly are concerned about their health and safety and well-being. So with that, I don't really have too much else to say, just that I definitely am opposed to that recycling law, would like it rescinded.
Thank you. Okay, next I've got Richard Sprout.
Hi, I'm Richard Sprout from 3671 Watson Boulevard. I'm support everything everybody said about rescinding the law. I just want to say I'm an old man with a good memory. I remember the state office building in Binghamton when they were venting the dioxin. I remember 3 Mile Island when they told us it was safe. And right now, I live in Endwell, and somebody mentioned the signs in Endicott. I see the signs all over Broome County because right now we all live in Endicott. I also want to say that after this is done, after this is rescinded, and we're back to square one, that a public meeting be held with people in Endicott similar to this one, where people can talk about rebuilding, re-civilizing and re-spiriting the city. I think we have incredible resources, not only in Endicott, but in the entire county, where we can create our own businesses, small, large, agricultural, to fit in with the new green world that we're living in. That's about all I have to say. And good luck with rescinding this. Thank you.
Okay, next is HR Staley Agency.
Hi, I'm Councilwoman Heather Staley. I represent the 54,000 people of the town of Union. Today, I am speaking on behalf of our 14,000 shared constituents in the village of Endicott, and that includes myself, my family, and my business here in the village of Endicott. We implore you to rescind the current recycling law. Too much is at stake to have a haphazard law tailor-written for one specific company in particular. The existing law also has many gray areas where unscrupulous corporations can set up shop here under false pretenses. It is true that we don't recycle enough in the United States. However, there is appropriate places in the country to run operations for recycling. And depending on what the company is recycling, our little village here may not be the best place for it. We really do want to recycle in the US, in New York, in the local area. We just don't want incineration or anything involving chemicals. This afternoon, I went online and I searched terms like clean recycling, green recycling, smart recycling, all these terms. And every single article I came across, all these new technologies, they all have downsides. They all still involve burning, melting, putting some sort of chemical compounds. So because of this, that's why I'm urging you to rescind this law and really spend a lot of time working with experts, scientists, and so forth to get this law right to protect us all here. Because once we ruin the village of Endicott, it's not like we can just recycle it and get a new one. So please rescind this law and let's get cracking and get a new, really strong law going. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Peter Burnett. Are you able to unmute yourself there? No?
I think I'm unmuted now.
Okay, we can hear you.
Great. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Peter Burnett. I'm a resident of the village of Endicott on Cornell Avenue. I've been a resident of the village of Endicott for over 35 years. My wife and I have raised 3 children through the Union Endicott school system. We want to see the village of Endicott return to a desirable and preferable area for people to join, live, work, and raise a family and be proud of where they call home. I'm against the current law that allows unrestricted recycling in village areas adjacent to residencies and recreational areas. I'm against the proposed lithium-ion battery recycling business that utilizes high-temperature processes. The current zoning law that is in place ignored the health and well-being of the village residents, not to mention those of neighboring communities who we've heard from tonight. The former village board majority also ignored overwhelming objection by village residents that signed petitions and participated in marches in order to be heard. The behavior of the former majority goes against the principles of representative democracy. And instead, this former majority, for some unknown reason, certainly a reason unjustified by the tentative promise of 20 low-paying jobs and conditions that contribute 0 property tax revenue, that former majority represented a foreign nation's business interests over that of its own community base. That's more than disappointing. I'm thankful that the residents of Endicott spoke with their most powerful tool, their votes, electing representatives that are listening to the vast majority of Endicott residents and not influenced or otherwise persuaded to ignore the will of the people. I asked the mayor and the board to consider this. If recycling businesses that produce harmful emissions are allowed to operate within the village, property values will decrease. We heard that from another speaker tonight. And not just those adjacent to the proposed sites, but all of Endicott and possibly Enwell, Vestal, and other areas that can be affected. Some realtors have been contacted and they estimate these property values could decrease by 20 to 30% or more. The residents that remain as property owners would probably demand their property taxes be lowered, which will further impact the tax revenue of the village that would be able to receive. This reduces the support and services the village can provide, raising a risk of whether our police, fire, village workers, etc., can be afforded. The fact is, this could spiral into a very negative effect for our village and maybe end up being unrecoverable. All for accommodating a foreign business interest in the name of 20 low-paying jobs and no additional property taxes.
15 seconds.
I support rescinding the current zoning law and support replacing it with a law that enables businesses to come to Endicott, but protecting its residents. I do support the consideration and approval of recycling and other business permits that help the development efforts of the Endicott community, but do not further contribute to the waste and pollution challenges that we face. Please do your job tonight. Let's rescind the law. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next up is Rob Tiberi.
Thanks, Bob. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I am Rob Tiberi, and I live on Cornell Ave on the north side of Endicott. I oppose the current recycling law for 4 reasons. The first and most important to me right now is my 1-month-old grandson and 3-year-old granddaughter that live 1,000 feet from this proposed Sun-Geo location on Clark Street. This will not be a safe environment for these children or any others in Endicott. Number 2, no one else wants it. We've been at this for 10 months, and over that time, I'm only aware of 3 people that were for the current recycling law, and maybe a similar number that were undecided. That's it in 10 months. Meanwhile, we have data, and data that includes an online petition of over 4,000 anti-incinerator signatures, and over 97% were from Endicott or surrounding communities. We have a Facebook group of over 1,800 followers. The Union Endicott School Board sent a note to the mayor on May 6th. Hundreds of anti-incinerator residents spoke against it throughout 2020, as you see here tonight. concerns from State Senator Fred Akshar, legislators Matt Pasquale, Greg Baldwin on August 27th, the Town of Union on September 2nd, and then lastly, on September 22nd, State Assemblywoman Donna Lupardo. It's a lot of people. Number 3, Sunjeel is non-existent. They have made no attempt on getting to know the residents and businesses of Endicott or the surrounding communities. They had one closed Zoom meeting last year that no one could speak at or ask questions. They received an air permit on March 30th, but it was put on hold in May because the state was informed that lithium-ion batteries contain PFAS. So in June, the DEC asked Sunjeel to monitor their sister plant in South Korea for these emissions. We're over 6 months later, and we're still waiting to hear the results of any monitoring that has been undertaken. So meanwhile, we have people like Shailesh Upreti, chairman of Imperium 3, an entrepreneur and inventor of multiple new technologies who schedules open forum Q&A sessions. He shares his value prop, safety concerns, economic plan, all open and upfront. Those are the types of businesses that we want in Endicott or in this community. Lastly, the lawsuit. On November 16th, the day Endicott residents filed an Article 78 lawsuit against the village for
15
illegally
seconds.
approving the recycling code. There were 7 procedural errors that failed to comply with code. They were village, adjoining municipalities, county, and state. Those are my 4 reasons for opposing the current recycling law. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Grace Pizzuti.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Grace Pizzuti. I live on 916 Ann Lane in Endicott, New York, and I am in support of rescinding the recycling law. But more than that, I've seen our mayor, Ms. Jackson, on the news talking about the recycling coming or wanting it to come to this area. And quite honestly, I'm very disappointed that there's no creativity, that there only seems to be hinging on recycling, recycling, and recycling. And as I mentioned in a prior meeting back in the summer, Endicott is so much more than just recycling. We are such a vital community. There's so much more that we can do, and I'm thankful that we have other people in Ms. Jackson's administration, such as Mr. Dorner and Mr. Burlingame. We need someone who's got some creativity, who has a spark to say, we can tap into the different options and different things that we can do in this community, that we can build, that we can make. And I'm disappointed that she just seems to be focusing on recycling. So I am in support of rescinding this recycling law, and in support of reviewing it, revamping it, and also encouraging other companies to come here that are clean, that want to work with our citizens in our community to really make Endicott vital again. It's there. We just need to have people that really encourage this. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Next up is Heather's iPhone.
Can I go?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Heather Ullman. I live at 227 Oak Hill Avenue. And I support rescinding the battery law or the recycling law that was passed in May. For all the same reasons that everybody's already said. My property is less than half a mile from there. I worked really, really hard to keep my property when I divorced. I worked really hard. I made a choice to stay in Endicott, raise my kids here because this is where I grew up. This is where I was raised. Please rescind this law. Keep us safe. Find something else to do here. Ms. Jackson just keeps talking about recycling, this battery recycling. We don't even do a good job of recycling the things we're supposed to recycle on a weekly basis. I see it every week at my neighbors. They don't recycle anything. So if we can't even follow the rules we already have in place, how do we trust that this company is going to come in and do what they say they're going to do? That being said, I just hope that Mayor Jackson is still listening, because I just want to say, you said we need to move in the same direction for Endicott. I would just like to say we need to move in the right direction for Endicott. Not the same direction, the right direction. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Tina's iPhone.
Hi, good evening. How is everyone tonight? I am definitely for rescinding the battery law, as everyone else seems to be. I am against it for personal reasons. My family has lived in Endicott for generation after generation after generation. My grandfather was an EJ worker. And yes, the pollution, as stated before, started back then. Anyone who has lived in Endicott for any period of time knows about the pollution. And shoot, just a little while, we heard about the wells in Endicott. I mean, this is scary times. My family has been riddled with cancer, ovarian cancer, bone cancer, breast cancer. And not for nothing, my son was actually born here in Endicott with cancer. St. Jude, upstate, they did comparison studies with all the cancers. They came back to me and said it must be environmentally. That killed me as a mom, because like the previous speaker, I chose to raise my family here in Endicott because this is where all of my family is from. This is a great town. This was a great town and can be a great town again, but we have to stop doing the damage to the environment, the damage to the families, the damage to the properties. This in no way, shape, or form is good for Endicott. I am saddened that my board let it get to the point that it got to. But I'm very happy that the Endicott people are finally speaking up and saying their piece. And I hope and pray that we can do better for the people here in Endicott. Like I said, I've been seeing this for years, and anybody who lives here has seen it for years. This is something that is real. This is something that is happening. It's bigger than laws. We need to save Endicott so we can save our future. And that includes the children. Like, my children talk about raising their kids here, and that scares me because I don't know what's in store for my grandchildren if they are here. Like, we cannot continue to live like this in this area. We need to make changes. We need to make them now, and we need to improve the future of this village. I appreciate the time. And I know I'm not the only one who has gone through this or is going through this. And I hope that we can make a change for the future of Endicott.
Thank you. Next up is Tamara Lindau.
Hello, my name is Tammy Lindo, and I live at 510 Grant Street in West Corners. And I am a lifetime Endicott resident. And I first want to say thank you to everyone for sharing, their stories with us, because it is such a prevalent thing in our community is the rate of cancer. And I really truly believe that it goes back to a lot of it goes back to all of the poisoning of our air and our water and everything else that IBM and EJs and places have done over the years. And I feel so strongly that this company, like, we need to change the recycling law, rescind this law, and then change it, make one that brings in green companies that, because we do need to recycle. And we need to recycle batteries. I believe that too, but not by this process, not by how this company and this whole thing from the very beginning it has stunk to high heaven since the very beginning. There is something not right with this whole deal. And I hope that she went off camera because I don't know if Mayor Jackson is still even listening to this call or not, but I feel like I mirror what was just said, that I'm very disappointed that her and, a few of her trustees from before were just let it get this far. There are how many people on this call? 110 people on this call. And over, we keep coming and saying, we don't want this. And hundreds of people get on these Zoom calls. And yet she says there's a silent majority that is in favor of this, but I've yet to hear one person besides her and Cheryl and Eileen. They're the only ones. I've not heard one other person step forth and say that they're that they want this to come here. And I'm hoping maybe tonight there's part of her silent majority is on this call and is going to speak up, because I really feel like they have done us a disservice. There's so many things that could have been being done in all this time that we've been fighting this. And it's an overwhelming majority of people are not in favor of this. So I really hope that everybody on the board will make the decision to rescind this law tonight and create a new one that will bring in green companies and make sure that it's done right, because Endicott, we deserve that.
15 seconds.
It's been this is too long that people have been dying just to line the pockets of people who, these big companies, because SunGeo definitely does not have our best interest at heart. So we really, really need to step back from them and look at other businesses. And I agree that Endicott can do better things than just recycling. There's a lot of things that we can do. And I hope that we're going to be open to bringing in other businesses that will not poison our residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rocky?
Okay. Can you hear me?
We can hear you very faintly.
Well, I'm a ways away from Binghamton, but I did want to speak tonight and in support of rescinding that law from May of last year. I also am, I'll ditto what several other people said. I'm a bit set back that Linda Jackson cannot even stay on camera and listen to what the rest of us have to say. I had a conversation with Miss Jackson not too long ago, and she told me that there were hundreds of letters of support, but they wouldn't come forward because they were afraid of these hostile no-burn people. Well, here they are rescinding the law. That number grew the next conversation I had with Miss Jackson to she had thousands of letters of support. Where are all these people speaking against rescinding the law? There were none. She embellishes. She out and out lies when she's asked questions. She's done everything she could over the last year to silence the public. That's not how our two-party system works in this country. And she really needs to wake up. I also had a conversation with Cheryl Chapman. And I said, Cheryl, your mother lives 50 feet away from those smokestacks, your mother-in-law. What are you trying to do? Smoke her out? You and your husband have both battled cancer. But that didn't justify looking into the PFAS that were coming out of those smokestacks any more than the man in the moon. I'm glad that we have a council today and a board in Endicott that is moving in a new direction. And I only can piggyback what that last young lady had to say. We've wasted a year. They tried to do this all during a COVID shutdown. The first conversation I had with Linda, she assured me that there was no incinerator. I want to back up a little bit. My name is Rocky DeFrancesco, and I live in Friendsville, Pennsylvania, because I'm a chicken farmer. I grew up in Endicott. As a little boy, I lived on East Wendell Street, a couple blocks from this incinerator.
15 seconds.
As a middle-aged kid, I grew up on Squires Avenue. I care about Endicott. I wish that our mayor cared as much about it. I'm in full support of everything that everyone said in rescinding that law. Thank you.
Diane Ellen Hunter.
Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I'm on tonight and I wanted to speak directly to those high school students watching. When you want to taint viewership, you start off by saying things like, my citizens have a non-recycling agenda and they're harassing, okay? This is meant to taint your view of this meeting, and I'm glad that you're listening. What I want you to learn from this meeting is that you have neighbors that care about their health. I have the autoimmune disease in remission. My daughter has chemical sensitivity from the toxic plume. I have a very vested interest in making sure that this law does not go through because I don't want a place like Sunjiel here. And if you study PFAS in high school, you wouldn't either. All you have to do is kind of look it up on the internet. I want you to do that. I am more than happy that Cheryl Chapman is not there. Okay, Cheryl, yes, she's not smart enough to put together the fact that, yes, her and her family have cancer, and we don't want that any more cancerous reasons, cancerous PFAS here that could cause those problems again. We need people to wake up, to see the past of what's happened here, to understand that we don't need those kind of manufacturers here, okay? I would caution all of you against listening to Larry Coppola. Larry ran for office. He refused to answer whether or not he had received campaign money from people that were looking to put manufacturing in our downtown area. As a matter of fact, right across from Dunkin' Donuts. I don't trust Larry. Larry also was very explosive during some of these meetings where we talked about the incinerator and where we talked about Marchuska Brothers and what have you. So I'll just say that. The way that we have been treated is unethical. The law needs to be overturned, and we need to start looking at how we're going to make the mayor more accountable for the things that she says and does. I'm very, very pleased that Ted Warner, Nick Burlingame, and Pat Dorner are doing the work that they're doing, and I'm counting on you, all of you, including Linda, although my faith is low. I'm counting on you to do the right thing. And that's all I have to say today. I want it rescinded.
Thank you. I just want to remind everyone, the board has adopted certain guidelines for these public hearings that include a prohibition on personal attacks or and they call for courtesy and decorum. So I just want to ask everyone to not attack individuals if you can. Certainly people's political positions or positions they've taken on various laws is all certainly up for discussion. But anyone's personal situation, including their health conditions, really isn't at play here. Okay, next, the name here on it is Nick. I'm gonna unmute you.
Hi,
Hi, we can hear you.
it's Tammy Beach. I want the recycling law rescinded so that prevention of any factory recycling industry that comes into this area can no longer, as everybody else said, harm the water, the soil, the air, noise pollution, streets being torn up, just everything that they put into that law was done, I don't think with a lot of research. So I'm very thrilled that this meeting tonight is here to rescind the law. I'm sad that the mayor couldn't be here to hear her people speak. It really disheartens me that she doesn't have faith in her people and she is the mayor. So without me attacking her, I just feel as a citizen and a community member, business owner, she should be face at the meetings as the mayor. It doesn't make her look very well for this law that she had said back when it was implemented and everybody went all night long that she wanted to rescind it right after you guys went seeker review. And I remember you, the lawyer, telling her it could not be rescinded. It had to be up in Albany. It had to go get approved and then come back. And she's like, well, then we're going to do it right away. We're going to do it right away. We're going to start working on it. And then the one meeting, she said no. So I hope and pray that we can give her some kudos and commend her for standing by her word and rescinding this law. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Mackenzie.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. My name is Mackenzie. I'm from Endicott, New York, and I'm here tonight to speak directly to the village board members in favor, and especially Mayor Linda Jackson, who unfortunately, we're not sure if she's here with us tonight. Enough is enough. Sunjeel is not a recycling facility. You can say it is as much as you want to, but the truth of the matter is, it is not. Releasing harmful chemicals into the ground, air, and water is in fact quite the opposite of recycling. As residents and community members, we have joined together and have been researching every inch of this company and fighting against them and you for just about a year now. Why do you think that is? The fact that you are knowingly, willingly, and blindly agreeing to and pushing for the implementation of a harmful and poisonous incineration company in the midst of a small town near parks, baseball fields, homes, schools, etc. is baffling to me as a young person. Baffling. You are directly contributing to the global pollution problem that we are facing and the fallout of which my generation and my children will have to deal with. We will not let it happen. We have fought tooth and nail against this facility coming to our community. We have the data, the research, and the receipts. And if you do not rescind the sneaky little law you passed in May of 2020, we will continue to fight you every step of the way. Again, I say, enough is enough. I fully support rescinding the recycling law, and I urge you to rescind now before it is too late. We know what's in it for you. You're not playing us. But what's in it for us? We will continue to rise up against you, against Sunjeel, and against further pollution of our environment. If you cannot hear the anger in my voice about having to do this for almost a year now, I don't know what to tell you. It is extremely disheartening as a young woman to be having to deal with this in my town. Pollution, which we've already been polluted for, IBM was what, 60 years ago? I don't know. I'm only in my 20s. I don't remember. But I've heard about it. I've read about it. I've seen the effects. My family has lived in Endicott for, I don't know, my grandparents have lived there for 50 years. So I'm not new to this. I love my town. I don't want to see it polluted any further. And we won't be having it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up is George.
Thank you, Bob, very much. I'm George Fiedler, and I live on North McKinley Avenue. I've been here after a visit over a year ago. I thought it was just going to be a visit, and then COVID struck, and I kind of got trapped here. And I've been a part of the movement to investigate Sunjeel and the process. And it's come to this today to rescind the law, which I am for. I am definitely in support of rescinding the law. And not to leave it as a blank space for a long while, but to bring something forward as a law that will be very comprehensive in protecting the air, water, and land and personal health of each individual in the town of Endicott. We've worked very hard to bring the science and the documentation in the news, the media, and our website. I've enjoyed being a member of No Burn Broom and have been honored to actually speak with some of the youth and see how they have supported and operated and how they've been speaking. I don't think that my era is anything like their era. They're a little bit more, if not much more, smarter and sensitive to untruths, and they're not going to be taking any wooden nickels. I do hope, though, with our new board, that even if I may assist in bringing diversification to what's going to be happening at Huron campus, it's a large amount of acreage, a large amount of square footage available, to bring some innovative ideas of what can be brought there. And I think there should be diversification and not depend on these large corporations, because we already know where it got Endicott. Diversification of bringing something that is clean. Recycling is important. You're going to be hard pressed to find in any media, even on Zooms, in the news, on television, that No Burn Broom or a resident has stated that we don't want industry here and that we don't want recycling here. Nobody has said that. Nobody's really said stop at all. What I'm saying is bring it, but bring it smartly. And let's diversify. Let's not become a mecca of recycling. We do want clean. We want things that have less noise than what you would see with Sunjeel or with large industry. Okay. Somebody mentioned agriculture. There's no reason why we can't do indoor agriculture here. And I thank the village of Endicott and the board for bringing forward, rescinding this law. I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. So to a lot of people have come in late. Just to recap here, we're having the public hearing on the local law to prohibit recycling facilities in the industrial zones. If you want to speak and you're on video, use the raise your hand feature. Those of you who have already had a chance to speak, could you lower your hand, please, just so I can keep track. And everyone has a maximum of 3 minutes to speak, and you're asked to follow the rules of courtesy and decorum and no personal attacks on individuals. Just a reminder to everyone. And if you're participating by cell phone, I've got phone numbers, which I'll get to. I'll unmute you one at a time after we get through the individuals who are on video. There's a guy, Richard's iPhone. I might have accidentally lowered your hand, so if you do want to speak, just raise your hand again. Next up is Jennifer, BROD is all that shows up on my screen.
It's Jennifer Broder.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to say thank you for allowing us to speak. I live on 11 Governor's Lane in Endicott. I've been a resident here for about 20 years that we've owned our home, and I grew up here as a child. I'm just going to simply tell you that I am in favor of rescinding this law. It is my hope that a new, well thought out, detailed law can be passed in the future, and that we can bring positive business to the Endicott area. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Jason Shaw.
Hello, and thank you all this evening for doing this public hearing. Many of you may know I am a Broome County legislator. I live in Endwell. None of the villages in my district, but a lot of my residents are here. And it's because it is so close to us. As like a fellow public official, I have to say, I truly understand how hard it is to go through months of public hearings and discussion. So I really do appreciate all of you, sticking with it, doing what you need to do as elected officials. That having been said, it does seem pretty clear that the people are speaking, and I suspect you're going to do as they're crying for. I mean, it is really obvious the direction to go here. So thank you for the work you're doing. It can be hard, but I think there's a decision ahead that needs to be made, and I hope you make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is Maria P.
Hi, my name is Maria Pizzuti. I live at 320 Cornell Ave in Endicott. We all know the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Well, we need to rescind the May 7, 2020 recycling law because it is an example of insanity. We need to replace the law with a law to take back control of our health and environment and destiny. It is time for the Village of Endicott to send a message to the carpetbaggers that see Endicott as a means to their own ends, wreaking havoc on our health, environment, and community, and then slinking off under the cover of disavowing any knowledge of wrongdoing. We need to rescind the law, replace it with a new law by and for the people of Endicott that lifts us up instead of trampling us under. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Carol Ann Ullman.
Hello. My name's Carol Ullman. I live on Murphy Avenue, just a few blocks from where the incinerator is supposed to be. All I want to say is I have grandchildren in college who are already talking about leaving this area because of what is going on. People need to wake up and stop trying to hurt us. I think this law needs to be repealed and more thought put into doing something new for our community. I have lived here 36 years. I came from a community that had burning and waste products in the air. I don't want to live through that again. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Pasquale.
Oh, thank you. Matt Pasquale, I live on Irving Avenue. Just wanted to say, I've been a member of the village board, was there for 4 years, and I saw firsthand the effect that the IBM plume had on the residents of this village. For Mayor Jackson, former trustee Chapman, and current trustee Konechny to even think about allowing an incinerator, and that, yeah, it's an incinerator. Stop calling it a recycling facility. To be placed in this village and directly across the street from people's homes is unconscionable. I want to thank trustees Warner, Dorner, and Burlingame for their efforts in dealing with this issue, and I support them in rescinding this law. Thank you.
Thank you. John Zaccarini.
Hi, my name is John Zaccarini. I'm also in support of rescinding the existing recycling zoning law. I've lived on the north side of Endicott at 121 Odell Avenue for almost 63 years. In that time, I've seen the byproducts of a number of industries take their effect on Endicott. There have been investigations into solvents released into the ground by dry cleaning establishments. I'm old enough to recall sweeping soot off our porches every day after it was released from the EJ smokestack and the chemicals that went into the ground at the tanneries off Oak Hill Avenue. And I live just north of, but still too close, from the glorious plume created by IBM. These companies employed thousands before they pulled out of town, leaving us with a black eye that we're still dealing with decades later. The chemicals that could be released into the air just yards away from residences, the park, and ball fields are not worth the risk we'd take on with SunGeel's recycling deal. They also want to store batteries on Franklin Street and truck them over to Clark Street for incineration. Aside from the interruptions to traffic on Franklin, I'm concerned about the possibility of fire created by storing all of those lithium-ion batteries before processing. We saw what happened at Taylor Garbage Recycling 1 year ago. Do we have the manpower and equipment in our fire department to safely handle any potential fires at the storage facility or the processing plant? If not, what will it cost the taxpayers to provide that necessary manpower, equipment, and training to keep our firefighters safe? Contrary to what Mayor Jackson tells the press, I don't think there's anybody in the village that wants to prevent industry from coming here and helping to revitalize Endicott. But companies need to do it without putting the residents' health at risk. The SunGeel project is not the way to do it. From what I've heard at village meetings, SunGeel wants to employ about 20 workers, and as I recall, the deal includes multi-year tax breaks. The village stands to gain nothing by allowing this to proceed. We need to learn from the past and not repeat it. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria P. Maria P., do you want to speak? Okay. So Maria, I'll come back to you, but you've got to unmute yourself if you want us to hear you. So next I'm going to go to Amanda.
Hi.
Hello.
So I just want to say that I support rescinding the current recycling law, and I support coming up with a new law that makes sense and actually protects the people. I know that, you know, the mayor and the board probably doesn't want to sit here all night listening to person after person after person speaking. I know Mayor Jackson doesn't because of all the rules she tried to pass to keep us from doing this exact thing. But if you had listened to us from the very beginning, we wouldn't be here right now. We wouldn't have 100 people on this Zoom call talking about how we don't want the current zoning law that you, or recycling law that you passed. That current law does not protect us. It doesn't protect my 3 little babies. It doesn't protect my dogs. It doesn't protect any of us. We need a new law that protects us. We're asking that you listen to us finally after all of these months. And I'm so thankful that we actually have 3 board members now who are willing to fight for us, listen to us, and have our best interest at heart. So please do the right thing, rescind the current zoning law, and create something that's actually beneficial to the people of Endicott. Because if you don't, we're all going to leave. Nobody wants to be here and be poisoned. You might make our community the recycling capital of the world, but you won't have any of us people here living here. We don't want to be poisoned. So do the right thing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one is just iPhone.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jessica Bronson, and I want to be heard as a resident born and raised here in Endicott, North Side. I currently live on Irving Ave with my son, who's a student at U. My parents are a couple blocks away on Odell. I oppose this current recycling law. I have lived here all my life. I was diagnosed with cancer at a young age of 40. I'm still battling this horrible disease. The last thing we all need is poisonous toxins in the air. We're all in this together. Let's all work together. An incinerator is not good for any of us. Please rescind this law for the better health of us all. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. Claudia Bramer.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. I'm Claudia Bramer. I'm an attorney representing a group of citizens who have been opposed to the Sun Jail facility since last year. And we've been, as you've heard over and over again, they've been working very hard, understanding the science, working to get their message out through the media, and also to have this board hear their concerns and rescind the prior law that was passed in May of 2020. We thank you so much for this opportunity to provide our comments, and I would like to note that I do not see the mayor here continuing to listen, and that is a disappointment. Many people have already spoken. I just want to go over the 3 points in your zoning code review criteria that I think are important from a legal perspective. The first one is whether the rescinding of the law is in the best interest of the village as a whole. And I think we've heard a lot tonight about the environmental and health impacts and why rescinding the law so that a better law can be put into place is in the best interest of the entire village. Secondly, the proposal to rescind the recycling law is in substantial conformance with your comprehensive plan, the adopted plan for this village, because in the comprehensive plan, it talks about the uses for the industrial plan, what the village wanted to see for that area. And it included things like office parks and light industrial uses, definitely not incinerators, and not unregulated or unrestricted recycling facilities as is allowed under the current law. And finally, this proposal to rescind the prior recycling code does meet the challenge of a changing condition in the village, and that changing condition would be the Sun Jail facility. That facility was the basis for adding the recycling law. The people of this village do not want that facility, and that is the reason for rescinding the recycling law so that the Sun Jail facility cannot be placed here. Again, I want to thank this board, for the majority of the board that's on here now, for listening to us, to listening to our concerns. And I'm not sure if it was mentioned at the very beginning in the items that should be added to the record, but I would like to note the protest petition that was submitted to the village last spring from the nearby landowners. And finally, we once again thank you for this opportunity. Please rescind the recycling law and go forward and make a better law that will actually protect the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the record, the mayor is still on this call. All of the mayor and all of the trustees are on this. So I just wanted to clear that up. So the only people, Ellen Conant, you've got your hand raised. So does Amanda. But I've already called on you, and the guidelines for our public hearings is that people can only speak on one occasion. So also Marianne Dorner, but I've already called on each of those individuals. Lisa Lee.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
I'm
yes.
sorry, but I'm going to take the opportunity to unmute since it's letting me at this very minute.
I thought I had muted.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Conant would like to speak. That's why his hand is raised. I will.
Okay, Ellen Conant, her hand is raised. I don't see Mr. Conant's hand raised, but I'll go back and look. All right. I don't know how you got unmuted, so I'll mute you.
Okay.
Okay, so right now we're on Lisa Lee.
Lisa Lee, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I do want to just commend everyone who spoke about rescinding this law tonight. Everyone's very eloquent. I'm just amazed by the intelligence, the educated, scientific, knowledgeable people on this in this community that have done so much work and research and put a lot of time and effort into this. So I do want to say that I am also against this. I'm for the rescinding of the present recycling law, and I want to prevent Sun Jail and any other polluting recycling facilities from coming into Endicott. I support a new comprehensive recycling law to be written that protects our health and environment in Endicott. I would appreciate the board to do their job in representing the citizens and rescind the law tonight. I also want to say that I see Dr. Khan, he is trying to raise his hand, but he doesn't have the raise hand function. So please allow him to speak and take the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna manually here go through and try to find Dr. Conant. Oh, there. Okay, his hand is raised. I'm sorry, it didn't come up on my list here.
Now have you got me?
I've got you. Sorry about that.
I've had my hand up. Anyway,
I apologize.
Everything's been said. All I want to say is thank you. Thank you. I'm an outsider. I grew up in a different country. I don't even live in Endicott, let alone be born there. But I have grown to love this little village of Endicott. You have every right to be so proud. You're so resilient. You've suffered so much from pollution. And this struggle has been going on for over a year. You're still there, over 100 people tonight. Take your hats off. This is fantastic. You should, the speakers tonight, you know, I have been involved in many groups, and the quality and the articulation of the concerns, even for the person that cried, the articulation was fantastic. You should be so proud, and this community deserves to live, it deserves to thrive, and it deserves to have the good leadership you now have. And yes, I'm sick and tired of saying no to this stupid facility, saying no to it. I want to say yes. I want to say yes to a lot of things: reuse, repair, composting, recycling, fabrication, all kinds of things. And as people have said, we've wasted a year. Let's get positive, folks. Let's get positive. I really hope that you will rescind this law tonight. And I have one more hope. I hope Linda will also say, support the rescinding. That would be a way, I think, of apologizing to this fine community, a fine community. Linda, apologize, vote to rescind the law. And for me, I'm going to forget whatever you did. Whatever you said, I'm going to forget all that and concentrate on a better future for Endicott and a better future for Broome County. When people hear that I've opposed the recycling law, they're going to be just be amazed. I've been promoting recycling for 35 years, but also at the same time for 35 years, I've opposed incineration. But recycling, of course, involves both bad processing and good processing. This particular facility was bad processing, but there are lots of recycling operations which are good and acceptable and safe. And the last thing I want to say is, who do you look to protect a community like this? Who do you look to? Well, you can look to the state, you can look at the Department of Environmental Conservation, but we can see that they have been pathetic in this, absolutely pathetic. They've accepted single measurements and extrapolated to a year's emissions. That is balderdash, absolutely useless. Then you can look to your council, your trustees, and unfortunately we had a built-in majority against us. Then you can look to the zoning laws, and unfortunately that's what we're arguing about. Those zoning laws, which is your ultimate protection, have been manipulated against you, but that is what we're going to say goodbye to tonight. Lastly, if none of those things work, you have to have a community that organizes. You have to have good people organized diligently, persistently, and that's what Endicott did, and I love you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other videos with their hands up. Dr. Connett, you came up as Ellen Connett, so I thought I had already called on you. That's why I didn't call on you that time. There's no other names or people with their hands up here. And remember, use the raise your hand feature on Zoom if you want to speak and you're on video. I'm just going to go through the pictures real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, I guess there's this individual, Jay Nato. I'm going to unmute you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi, I've been all over the screen and I've been on Zoom. There's no raise hand feature that's coming up. So I apologize for that. The thought that I've been having as I'm listening to the entire thing, and everybody's saying basically the same thing, but I wanted to switch it over to the other side and think, if I'm Sunjeel and I have something that's really good for the community, and the community is going to really like what I have for them, and I go to Endicott and these people don't want it, well, then I'm going to take it to Auburn or Hornell or a whole bunch of other places and improve that community. But for some reason, they don't have any place else to go. Why is it just us and then us over again and then us over again? We don't want it. If I'm them, I'm going to say, hey, you missed out. I got these other towns all over New York State to go to. We're going to take it over here. I'm taking it to Depew, or I'm taking it down to Middletown because you don't want it. But it seems like they don't have any place else to go. And so why is it that we're it? And that puzzles me as all. I've never been accused of being real smart. So, I mean, I could be completely confused here. But if we're the only place in New York State that they could possibly have this, as there's no place else that is dying to get it and would love to have it, and all the improvements and all the wonderful features of having them there, you would think that there are a bunch of other towns watching this meeting tonight praying that we rescind the law so that they can grab this Sunjeel thing right up and start producing. So I'm a little confused as all. And again, like I said, I've never been too smart. So I just wanted to throw that out and leave you with that thought. And I'm really sorry I couldn't find the hands up feature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's all I see on video here. So we're going to go to the individuals next by telephone, and I'll go through each one individually. And I'll ask to unmute you. I'm going to state what it says on the handle here. First one's call-in user 1. Do you have any statements you'd like to make about this law?
Hello there.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi there, Julie Brooks calling. I just want to say that I am most definitely in favor of the board rescinding the law this evening. That's my short and sweet comment, and I thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, next is 607-427-1002.
Hi, this is Donna Mooney. I'm a longtime resident of Endicott. I spoke early on the meeting. I still feel the same way. We should rescind the law to prevent Sunjeel or any other polluting, heating, recycling company from coming to Endicott. Health and safety are important to me and my family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is 607-621-6759. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Six, 759, anything? Okay, we'll move on to 607-239-9975. I'm going to ask to unmute you. You have to unmute yourself and then speak if you want to speak. Okay, 9975 didn't have any comment, so we'll move on to 607, 621, 67. No, I'm sorry, we already did that one. This next one, 607, 748, 8095. I'm going to ask to unmute you. You can unmute yourself and speak if you'd like to.
I pass. Thank you.
Hello, do you have any comments you'd like to make on the proposed local law?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we'll go to 607, 748, 0475. Any statements you'd like to make?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Yes, thank you, Counselor. This is Michael Kalala, former mayor of Endicott, 2000, 2004. I live at 524 West Main Street and have a business at 121 West Main Street. I've been a lifelong resident here. I'm 82 years old. I was born in a private hospital on Nanticoke Avenue, 1937. I am calling to ask the board to rescind the law that we've all been talking about tonight, so there's no sense in going into how toxic it is. I am humbled by the intelligence and the public speaking ability of the participating public, and I feel like a mouse in a path of giants. I'm proud to have heard them. I do not believe, as the mayor said, that Sunjio will be allowed to go to Binghamton. I think we should shut the door on them, pass a law against their coming back, because if we leave the door open, they may be back. The second issue I have is I have heard that the mayor wished to eliminate the hearing of visitors. Now, when I was mayor, we got 80 plus people attending my meetings, and we had to use the rotunda, and there was standing room only. And I allowed every visitor to come and speak for 5 minutes, no matter what the issue was. Now, we had a lie machine installed that used once, nobody told a lie after that. So, what is the mayor afraid of? Can she not?
I just want to remind everyone not to make personal attacks. You can certainly attack somebody's position, political position on legislation is all up for grabs. But
to ask a question, Counselor, to ask a question of what is the mayor afraid of, it's not derogatory at all.
Sure.
So that's all I have to say. Please rescind the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is 607-748-7273. If you'd like to unmute yourself, if you have any statements you'd like to make. Okay, that's 748-7273, nothing. Okay, next is 607-239-5091. 239-5091. Did you want to unmute yourself? Okay. We'll move on to 607-296. 0671. Do you want to unmute yourself and make any statements about this proposed law?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Bob, I have to turn my volume down, so if you can give me 10 fingers for 10 seconds, I would appreciate it. My name is Bill Houston. I've lived in the Plume for 10 years, and I just want to say that we are basically the victims of a PSYOP, a psychological operations, and this was done through a combination of industry, public relations firms, the governor, and other agents of the state of New York, working for the DEC, and local elected officials who were either corrupt or just very confused. So, no one here is against recycling, but that's how that's how we all were portrayed in the media. And we were constantly told recycling, recycling, recycling. Mackenzie is exactly right that this is a toxic, hazardous waste incinerator. And the PSYOP was calling it recycling. So, and I listened to the planning board, and the planning board seemed to be confused. They mentioned recycling facility like 1,000 times, and they mentioned incinerator. I'm not sure I heard it one time. Now, prior to May 7th, incinerators were expressly prohibited by zoning. So in order to bring in an incinerator, we had to change the zoning. That's what had to happen. Now, what happened on May 7th was a part of the PSYOP, because in an attempt to permit an incinerator, we passed a law allowing recycling facilities in industrial zones. That's what I call a square peg in a round hole. And there's a lawsuit right now before the village, which basically one of the aspects of the lawsuit says even with this zoning law, incinerators still are not permitted. So this was done in a very devious way. So I just want to say I really support rescinding this law, and I do agree with Howard about the 239 review. If you read that 239 review, pass this on to the planning board. That's the prescription for what we need, for the law that we need to implement. That there was a paragraph, a bulleted list, half a page. That's what we need to do. So tonight, Sunjeel is basically DOA. I am so happy. And I've been fighting this thing 15 months longer than basically anybody else. And, I've been fighting toxic activity in the village for all this time, from stink trucks to toxic hazardous waste incinerators, and now it's 5G. I just want to say I've been involved in a lot of different environmental projects, campaigns. Seconds. And I just want to, what makes a difference is the people. I want to thank you all. I thank the Connetts, everybody. Thank you for the new board. And I just think when the springtime comes, we need to have a big party to celebrate. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is 540-412-6606. If you'd like to unmute yourself and make statements, you can.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ann Harrison, and I'm calling from Virginia. The reason I'm calling, and thank you for allowing me to speak, I'm listening because at least 4 generations of my family come from Endicott, and I have spent so many happy times up there with all of you in my life. I have been following this issue for some time now, and I simply want to say that it utterly amazes me that this issue has gone on for so long. This law should be rescinded before any more time is wasted and the good people of Endicott can get back to focusing on more positive things. I thank you very much again.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, next is 607-242-4890. If you'd like to speak, you can unmute yourself now.
Hello. Bob,
Yes,
you
we
there?
can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
I just figured out how to finally do this on my phone. I'm sorry. Rick Curnow, live in Park Manor, right across the street from you, in fact. In Johnson City, raised all my life and raised 4 children here, UE schools. I just want to thank, and they try to keep this brief. I've been through this whole thing. You've still got the posters out in front of my yard, 2 of them, don't burn broom, and so on and so on. Then on the marches over by the smokestack, little short smokestack like that doesn't even reach above the surrounding mountains, hillsides we have, traps all the toxins, keeps them right in the area. Don't have to be a genius to recognize that. But I'm so glad the village people apparently voted to get trustees in that can flip the balance and get this thing put to bed and save us all a lot of misery. And I want to ask, one gentleman pointed out, why don't other towns, why aren't they fighting for this incinerator? And I remember reading way back, there was $1 million New York State allocated. And I'm not clear where the money went to. I used to say, when you want the truth, follow the money. Did that $1 million, is any of it gone to Broome County for development of projects such as this? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out, something for people that are more knowledgeable about me can maybe think about. Did any of the money flow to the village, to any of the personnel on the village? Don't know. But $1 million was a lot of money that was supposedly connected with SunGeo for this particular project. How it ricocheted around the state, I don't know. If anybody else does, I hope they share it tonight. Again, I'll make it short. Thank you so much, the trustees that fought to kill this monster, and we can have a decent future for my grandchildren and all the great citizens of this community. God bless, good luck. That's the long and short of it. Over and out.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we've got everybody from the telephones. And there's one more individual with their hand raised, Mackenzie F. Did you have a statement you wanted to make?
Hi, Bob, it's me. Sorry, there might be an echo. I was just wondering, I can see there are some older folk on here that may not understand how to use the raise your hand feature. Would you please explain it to them?
Okay, so you already spoke, but so I'm gonna just mute you. If anyone's having trouble with the raise your hand feature, well, to be honest with you, I'm not sure that I'm the right one to describe it. I think it's under reactions. Is that correct? Okay, so if you hover your arrow toward the bottom of the screen under the pictures of everyone, there's a number of windows that pop up, and one of them is called Reactions. And it looks like if you click on that, you can raise your hand. Okay. So I think that's everyone. So we can turn it back over to the trustees and the mayor to. It would be appropriate now, if everyone's had a chance to speak, to have a motion to close the public hearing and then move on with the rest of the meeting. Not sure if I have to unmute you, so I guess I'll go through each one of you, see if I can unmute you.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay, so we've got Nick and Pat.
Yeah.
Okay. We good?
Okay, I'm on, Pat. I'm on, Bob.
Okay, so we've got the mayor and Eileen.
Yep, Eileen's right here with me. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
And hang on, let me, I don't know that we have Ted. Ted, can you speak? All right, let me just find Ted here for a second. Ted, I'm not seeing you on here.
This has been very pleasant. It has. Thank you.
Think about last year when you were sworn in and I didn't really know you, and I was just like, oh my god.
Okay, so
I thought my little guardian angels guys just be quiet. Take it in and make your decision.
Ted, you're in just so everyone knows, I just want the mayor and trustees to know we're live here, so everyone can hear everyone speaking.
You didn't say anything bad.
I'm still trying to look for Ted here. He's messaging me now.
I don't want to mute because then I'll mess Bob up, and I don't want to mess him up.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I'm sorry.
I want to get through as much as we can.
Ted, you there?
Yep, I'm here now.
Okay. Okay.
Bob, before we close the public hearing, I did have something I wanted to speak on in the public hearing.
Go ahead, Ted.
You should have seen Irene smile. She understood that you were on her side.
At the public hearing, before I do, I think one of the processes to pass a law, which we're doing, we're passing a law to rescind another law. One of the processes is that the planning board has to meet, have a discussion, and give the board a report, which they did do. And I think it's.
My son does too.
Can you mute the mayor? She's making a lot of noise.
Yeah, Mayor, it's hard to understand when there's multiple people talking.
Okay, I'll mute and then you can unmute me again. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so part of the process of passing a new law is to have a planning board meeting, and the planning board discusses the whole thing and gives the village board, a report. And they did do that, and so I think it's important for us on the board to respond to their report for the record. before I do that, I just wanted to say I'm a little offended that Eileen Konechny and Linda came on the meeting, and as soon as this public hearing started, they shut their screen off and didn't even, no one knew whether they were listening or not. And these, Eileen Konechny and Linda were the two people that put us through this for the past year. On May 7, when they passed the May 7 law, there was 59 people who spoke. 58 people spoke against the incinerator. Tonight there was 42 people that spoke. 100% of the people spoke against the incinerator. So I think it's very clear what the people of Endicott think. There's only one person who spoke against the law tonight. That was Eileen Konechny. Linda introduced her, and she read the Larry Coppola letter. And the Larry Coppola letter was pretty medium. He didn't really take a stand, but if you read between the lines, I think you can see that he was against tonight's law for the incinerator. And so the only people that really spoke against this law tonight was Eileen and Linda. So now to the planning board report. The planning board, first of all, I want to say that I was very, very impressed. I was at the planning board meeting. There's 3 people that are brand new. I think that might have been their very first meeting they've ever been to. Mr. McCurdick gave a planning board class the day before, and every one of them was there. When they came to the planning board meeting, I was impressed. They were very diligent. They were sincere. They came prepared. From the very first second, they started serious talk about what they were supposed to be talking about. So I'd like to thank them for stepping up and being on that board and showing an interest in Endicott. And it's great that we have people that'll do that. Now, what they were to do, there was 3 criteria for them to look at when they give their report. And the first criteria is whether this new law that we're talking about tonight, whether this new law corrects an error or an inconsistency in the zoning ordinance. And the planning board, basically, they didn't really answer it. They said that we should redefine in recycling and redefine manufacturing. So my answer to that number 1 criteria is yes, the law definitely corrects an inconsistency. Most of the planning board members during that meeting, and also in the report to the village board, said that the meaning and definition of manufacturing is confusing, especially when it comes to recycling, and it can be considered, especially when recycling can be considered manufacturing. So tonight's new law absolutely corrects that in no uncertain terms. This law tonight, when we vote on it, it will state that recycling shall not be considered a form of recycling. I'm sorry, recycling shall not be considered a form of manufacturing. I had that word wrong. So I believe this new law actually takes the planning board suggestions, which was to give us better definitions of recycling and of manufacturing, and it takes it to way beyond. It removes the need to further define recycling and manufacturing, because now recycling is completely eliminated from the industrial zoning properties. The second criteria is, does this law tonight, is it in conformance with the Village of Endicott comprehensive plan? Our comprehensive plan is the same exact comprehensive plan as the Town of Union. And so my answer is yes, it does conform with the comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan states that, among other things, one of the goals is to eliminate heavy industry. And this law definitely eliminates heavy industry. I think you could consider an incinerator heavy industry. It also states an important goal is the protection of parks and residential areas. And this law also does that. It prohibits recycling companies who could spew dioxins, carcinogens, and PFAS into our parks, onto our houses onto our residents, onto our children. And then the third criteria that the planning board uses to give their report is whether the proposed law that we're doing tonight is in the best interest of the village. And so my answer to that as a board member is yes, this law tonight protects the best interest of the municipality as a whole for several reasons. First, it blocks all recycling companies that use incineration from being in our industrial areas. Under the current law, they were given a blank check to use an unlimited number of recycling methods, including incineration, burning, high heat processes, or by other drastic methods that have been proven to release carcinogens, dioxins, and PFAS to our nearby properties, and also not even the nearby properties, the faraway properties. The second reason why this is in the best interest of Endicott, among the types of recycling companies it eliminates are those that recycle batteries. And battery recycling by various different processes, especially by incinerating and burning, is proven to produce these dioxins and PFAS. I have three more reasons. The third one is the new law does benefit Endicott as a whole because the entire perimeter of all of our industrial zone areas are adjacent. They're only 30 feet from residential zoned areas. And with homes, with families, with children running around the lawns, and also 30 feet from our Little League Park. So without this law tonight, the health of hundreds of local people would be harmed. Number four reason why this is in the best interest, it is in the best interest of Endicott as a whole. It benefits the municipality because it will protect property values. For the whole village, the current law would not allow recycling by incineration. And it's a proven fact nationwide that when you have an incinerator in town, the property values go down. Finally, the last reason it's in the best interest, all of our industrial areas are located in the center and the heart of the village. If we allow recycling companies, especially the ones that use incineration, it would be a major way to discourage people to be attracted to the village and to move here. If we have less people moving here, we have less people spending money. That would be a big negative effect on our local economy and on our goal to have a thriving business community. So that's how I would address the planning board criteria of whether this law should qualify for us to pass it. Thank you.
Hey, Bob.
Yes.
Make a few comments too. In the beginning of the meeting, a letter was read by Mr. Coppola, a member of the planning board. And like Ted said, if you read between the lines, you know exactly where he sits. For example, he says he wants to describe industrial recycling as industrial process to disassemble a manufactured product into parts and raw materials. That's exactly what's in the law as we speak. They're incinerating batteries or the process in order to save heavy metals. If you do what Larry says, we're at the same spot we are now, which I totally disagree with. Number 3 on his letter, he says recycling, collecting, separating, packaging waste products. Exactly what we have right now. It's nonsense. He also says under 3 requests, in this bitter exchange regarding recycling, no one has asked what is in the air now. We have asked the DEC to have Sunjil test their emissions in Korea under the same circumstances. for more than 4 hours. It's kind of like saying, I'm going to collect CO2 out of your muffler for 4 hours and interpolate that over the next 8,760 hours, which is how many hours in a year. Totally a bad way to interpolate data and try to establish your point. And another point which I kind of take offense to is we should heed the best information available from reputable sources. I know what their source is, and it's been a bunch of lies and hiding and not putting forth the right data. We've had John Ruspentini, we've had Paul Connett, we've had George, like my wife said, Tom O'Brien. These are doctors that have studied it. They know this stuff. These are the ones that have been truthful and going through the heartache for the past year. So rumors are Mr. Coppola may be running for office in the future. Maybe you should remember what this letter says in November. And he also talks about the recycling ought to be involve an SP process. Maybe Bob can correct me on this, but if there's a special permit process that is rebutted by some company, the decision goes to the planning board and it goes out of the hands of the trustees. And as long as I'm a trustee, that'll never happen. It'll stay in control of the trustees. So that's my spiel. Thank you.
One thing I want to do is I want to make sure everyone's unmuted here, because I don't want to run afoul of the open meeting law, and I want the public to be able to hear from all of the mayor and the trustees. So I think the right thing to do here is to make sure everyone is, all of the mayor and the trustees are unmuted, so there's no side discussions going on that could violate the open meetings law. Okay, was there anything else from any of the other board members before there's a vote to close the meeting or I'm sorry, close the public hearing rather? And just to remind everyone that this, we'll be reviewing the seeker and the vote on the law a little bit later on the agenda.
Okay, I would like to entertain a motion to close the hearing of visitors, the public hearing.
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing, Linda.
All right, I need a second, please.
I'll second.
All right. Bob, would you please take a vote, please?
Yes. Okay. Trustee Konechny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner? Trustee Warner, are you there? Okay, hang on a sec. I've got him. He's still on. I'm just unmuting him now.
Okay, I'm on, Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back now.
Okay. There was a motion to close the public hearing. Do you vote yes or no on that?
Yes.
Okay, and Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, motion carried. On the approval of minutes, we're going to work on the 1-4 corrections, but for 1-1, 118, and 120, I would like a motion to approve all those minutes and file them, please. So may I have a motion for that?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from 1-1 to 120.
And I need a second.
I'll second it.
Good. And I will need a roll call, please, Bob.
Okay, Trustee Konechny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Very good. Motion carried. Now we have communications for filing. Now, Trustee Burlingame, you wanted A1, 2, and 3. We don't have copies of. How do you want to deal with that?
Yeah, I sent him in an email a week ago tonight, and Janice said she put them all in everyone's packet.
I have got them, but I don't know if anybody else does or not. So I don't know what you want to do. Do you want to hold that over for approving that? It's up to you. What do you want to do?
Well, if everyone has had time to review it, I would be fine with entering it in tonight.
Very good, then. I would like to have a motion to communications for filing A through O. If everyone is in agreement, I would like a motion for that, please.
I'll make a motion.
Very good. I would like it seconded.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Now roll call, please, Bob.
Trustee Connectney,
Yes.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes. Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. Motions are all carried. Now we come communications for action. Number A is a request for approval for 2-hour training for planning board members. Now, Bob, do you also want that to include the new one you want for the zoning board?
Well, no, I haven't done that one yet.
All right.
So I think it would be appropriate just to approve the 2 hours of training for Mark Murphy, Cindy Totolis, Larry Coppola, David Powell, and Bob Costa.
All right, then I would like a motion for A to be approved for communication for action.
And I'll make a motion to request the approval for a 2-hour training for the planning board members.
I'll second it.
Thank you. And now we will need a roll call, please.
Okay, trustee Connectney,
Yes.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
We're voting on A, the training program.
yes,
I vote yes.
and trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, motion is carried. Now we're on to number B, approval for Richard Greco as advisor to the planning board. And I do want the board to know that this was also approved by our fire marshal. He found that Richard Greco had a lot to give to the planning board. So I would like to have a motion to see that pass, please.
I'll make a motion to approve Richard Greco as an advisor to the planning board.
I'll second that. Pat. Nick.
All right, may I have a roll call vote on that, please?
Trustee Connectney,
Yes.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Now on number C, because we don't have enough.
Linda,
I'm
what
sorry.
was the vote count on A?
That was 4.
4-0?
Yes. And
Okay.
so was B, 4-0. And that passed. Thank you very much. Now for number C, we are going to hold that over because we don't have the actual paperwork. It was sent to us in an email, but I do not believe everyone got that. So we're going to hold that over. So we were on number D, a request from Tioga Artistic Dance Academy. I would like a motion to accept this, please, for action.
I'll make a motion for the request for Tioga's Artistic Dance Academy.
I'll second.
Thank you. Now I would like a roll call vote, please.
Trustee Connectney,
Yes.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Very good. Motion passed. Now a request from the Endicott Teener League to use Saratoga Field for 1 and 8:31. I would like a motion to entertain that.
And I will make a motion for the Endicott Teener League to use Sertoma.
Very good.
I'll second that.
Yes.
Again, roll call, please.
Trustee Connectney,
Yes.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
and trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Good. Motion is approved. A recommendation from from Village of Endicott Water Chief Operator Kevin Pirro to award the low bid for the inside painting of the water tank located at Roble Avenue and Pine Street to Amstar in the amount of $249,000. These are all the bids that were received. Amstar was the less expensive. I was there for the bid openings, and the water department is very confident in this company. So I would like a motion to go ahead and approve this.
I'll make a motion to approve the Village of Endicott, or for Kevin to award the low bid to Amstar for the Roble Avenue tanks.
Sorry about my cuckoo clock.
Second that.
It's going cuckoo.
Sorry. And now we will need a roll call vote, please, Bob.
Okay, Trustee Konechny.
Absolutely.
Trustee Dorner.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
Yes.
And Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Very good. Motion is carried. Now I would like to pay the bills.
Oh my gosh, I will make a motion to
Of course
pay
you
the
will.
bills.
And I would like us, thank you, Nick. And we will need a roll call vote for that, please.
Nick seconded that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trustee Konechny.
Yes.
Trustee Dorner.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Did you get, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. My computer might have gone in and out.
Yes.
Nick voted yes.
Thank you so much. Very good. Thank you. All right. Motion is carried then. Now we come to our first hearing of visitors, and I'm going to mute because unfortunately my husband walks by and talks to me. I don't want to interrupt. So I am going to mute, and I will let Bob handle the first hearing of visitors, but I will be right here.
Okay, so we're gonna have an opportunity for, this is public comment on general village business. We had the public hearing already on the local law. This is just if anyone has any comments, and the same rules of decorum and time limits and process all apply here. So if anyone wants to raise their hand, use the raise your hand feature. Okay, we're gonna go with Diane Ellen.
Hi, I have some questions in regards to this decorum law. It's interesting to me that many times the mayor is allowed to do certain things, but then we're questioned about our behavior. When I say that, there's plenty that, you know, she gives us to question her about. And when we speak out against her behavior, we're chastised about that. I think that shows a little bit of, I don't know the proper word, but I'm a little bit concerned tonight again, because I'm watching somebody that's drinking while a meeting's going on, and I don't know what she's drinking, but I'm sure everybody else is noticing it as well. And I should be able to, as a resident, speak out and say that that's inappropriate. This is covered by an open meeting law. And I would never, as an elected official, be drinking out of a wine glass while a meeting was going on. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Look, these requirements for decorum are tricky. There's no doubt about it. And I think we do our best to try to administer this. And I think it just really requires cooperation from everyone, including the trustees, the mayor, and the public. Just do your best to stick to the issues. You know, I think it's actually, I thought it went very well tonight for the most part. So we'll just move on from there. Anyone else? Christine?
Yes, hi, thank you. So yes, I'd like to, along with what Diane said, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned about what we're seeing here tonight. Not comfortable with that at all. Additionally, if you're gonna be our representative Mayor Jackson, with all due respect, and Trustee Konecny, I've yet to see you on camera ever. I'd like to make a suggestion that we would like to see our elected officials, and we do expect that you'll be paying attention to us and showing that you are listening. We elected you, so common courtesy. Okay. Number 2, get your meeting minutes up to date on your website. The last time I looked, they were not up to date. Could you please look into that? And number 3, take down your Christmas decorations outside of the village, if you don't mind. There's a couple. Would you please handle that so we can give the appearance that we have our act together here until we get this resolved? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tammy Lindo.
I don't suppose it has anything to do with, I just want to know, is there a way to impeach our mayor? I really feel that she is not in the best interest of our community. Is that a process, Bob, that can happen? Like, how does that happen to get rid of her before the end of her term? Because I really feel she is not appropriate for this position. And I am ashamed that I voted for her. And I wish I could take it back now, but I can't. But is there a process, Bob, that we can go through to hold her accountable for everything that she has put this village through since the very beginning of this? Is there a way to hold her accountable?
Well, that's certainly not something I'm going to answer. We're not supposed to be answering questions here, and that's certainly not something I'm going to comment on.
Thanks.
You can look into that. Okay. Rocky DeFrancisco.
I didn't know if anybody else saw drinking wine during a board meeting. I'm telling you, I was appalled by it. Another thing that I want to say.
We're having a hard time hearing you. Can you speak up a bit or hold the microphone closer?
I wanted to know how much money has been spent on litigation here from the village, a town that is constantly crying that they have no money. How much money was spent on Sunjeel by the village of Endicott? I'd really like to know what those dollar amounts are, because I think that money could have been used in much, much better ways. Maybe even a new hairdo for the mayor.
All right. Okay. Again, we're going to request no personal attacks here. Okay. Next is Maria P.
Hi, I have a question about the bill to pay for painting the water tanks. They said on the Pine Street and Roble Ave. Are they actually the 3 tanks that are, can someone tell me if they're one of the 3 tanks that are actually at the intersection of Pine and Cornell? I was just wondering if anyone on the board.
Yes, it's one of those. It's one of the tanks.
One of those. Okay. All right. That was my question. And they're just going to be doing the interior, not the exterior.
That's correct.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nobody else has their hand raised. And Mayor and trustees, I can't recall what we had decided. I think we have the same process where we go through each of the individuals on the phone for the public comment period as well. Do I have that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so we'll start with call-in user 1. You have anything you'd like to say? This is the public comment period. And you have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I have nothing more to say, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is 607-621-6759. I'm going to ask to unmute you. If you want to say anything, you can unmute yourself. Okay, we'll move on to 607-239-9975.
No comment, thank you.
Thank you. Next is 607-621-6759.
Hi, I was actually trying to call in back on the hearing of visitors, but I could not get off of mute for some reason. Anyways, I am in favor of also rescinding the law for recycling that's currently in place and having a new law that protects the residents of the village. My name's Karen Varma. I live on Milan Ave in Endicott. And I just wanted to say kind of what other people have been saying. I think that as far as people saying derogatory statements, it has to go both ways for both the mayor and the people, because otherwise I think feelings are getting, I think you have to hold both accountable for the same standards. And that's really all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. (607) 748-8095. Do you have anything you'd like to say?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. 607-239-5091. I'm unmuting you, and you've got to unmute yourself. Do you have anything you want to say? Okay. And we'll go to 540-412-6606. I'm unmuting you. Do you have anything you'd like to say about village business? Okay. Now we'll go to 607-748-723. You can unmute yourself. Anything you'd like to say? Okay, next is 7-427-1002. If you'd like to say anything, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Donna Mooney. I have been on the planning board and zoning boards with 3 different mayor terms. And Nick brought my name up a few weeks ago and said, how about Donna on the planning board? And Linda screeched, no, I don't want her. She has to go over things with Ted. That's not true. I've been on these boards for years. I think by myself. And then Bob, the attorney, brought it up a little bit later to make a clarification, and she reiterated it. I am highly offended by her, and she does not go by any laws of decorum. We really should try to impeach her somehow. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last phone number I've got. I do have one more raised hand here. Terry Farrell.
Hi, Bob. Hey, I just wanted to say a couple of things. Number one, my son is a sophomore, and I know him and his friends, they've been playing sports year-round at UE for many years, and I think it would be really great to look at opening up our season over at Sertoma. So I definitely hope that we're going to be able to make that happen. I work in the healthcare industry, and many of the community-based organizations that I work with, particularly our mental health organizations, are talking about, high rates of depression, the kids, not getting out, possibility of getting into some trouble. So I'm all for getting back to some baseball. So, and I know my son and his friends are too, but the second thing is on the regular meeting agenda on letter M, I noticed we skipped over the notice of petitions by Nikki Wells regarding the removal of the 30 healthy pear trees on South Street. And I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mayor, that looks like that's the last one. So we can continue on. Just gonna find you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, next we go to, we will end the hearing of visitors. Thank you. And now we will go on to resolutions. The first one is a FAA grant, a short environmental assessment for runway 321. I would like a motion to approve this, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the FAA grant for the short environmental assessment of runway 3 dash.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Vote please, Bob.
Yes, Trustee Konechny.
Yes.
Trustee Dorner. I didn't catch that. Trustee Dorner, did you vote?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Trustee Warner.
Yes.
And Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, resolution is adopted. Now I would like to talk about the SEQR short forms 1-3 for McKinley Avenue and Monroe Street intersection. Now, Delta Engineering did this, but I guess Bob feels we need to talk about this with the SEQR, with the board. So Bob, would you please take over for that, please?
Yeah, so Delta prepares part 1, but as in every case that we do a SEQR, it's up to the board to do parts 2 and 3.
Okay.
So we have to go through, this is the short form SEQR. And just give me 1 second to find it.
Okay, gotcha. And again, Bob, no disrespect, but I won't vote, so you won't have to call on me. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm trying to make your life a little easier because you've had a rough night tonight.
Okay.
At least you're still smiling.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one is the project at McKinley Ave and the New York State Route 26 terminus. at the Monroe Street intersection. Creation of a gateway to the district and other aesthetic improvements, including but not limited to signage, pavement treatments, enhanced cross ornamental lighting, and public art. And this is in conjunction with the other activities on Washington Ave. So, so part one has been filled out by Delta. So part two, we'll go through the 11 questions. First question, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations? And do you want to, Mayor, do you want me to have a vote on each of these, or do you want to just do it by consensus and then we have a vote at the end for the negative declaration? Or
It's up to you. I'd like to do it as the quickest way possible if the board agrees to it. Whatever the board agrees to, but I think the easiest way, because I think we're all going to agree to it since Delta has initiated it, and they've all agreed to have Delta work on this. But again, I want the board to make that decision themselves. I'm trying to leave it up to them. I just think it would be easier just to say whatever we're going to say all together.
Okay, I don't know, Ted, Nick, and Pat, and Eileen, do you have any thoughts on how you want to do it? There's a couple different ways. We could either just kind of do it by consensus, and if you think there's a no or small impact, then you just say it, or we could vote on each one of them.
Let's do it that way, Bob.
The consensus way?
Yeah, if you think there's an impact. Otherwise, you don't have to go through all of us for every question.
Okay. So the first one is, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? Is there a consensus that there's no or small impact?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay. Number two, will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land?
No or small impact.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. And if anyone disagrees or objects, speak up.
Okay.
Number three, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
No.
Number four, will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area?
No.
No.
Five, will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway?
No.
No.
Six, will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and fail to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities?
No.
No.
Number seven, will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies or public or private wastewater treatment utilities?
No.
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 Eight, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources?
No.
Nine, will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources?
No.
No.
10, will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems?
No.
No.
11, will the proposed action create a hazard to environmental resources or human health?
No.
No.
Okay. In part three of the form, there's two boxes to check. And the second one is if there's that the proposed action will not result in any significant adverse environmental impacts. So if that's what you want to check, then there ought to be a motion for a negative declaration under seeker.
do that. I'll make a motion for a negative action under seeker.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Want to do a roll call, please, Bob?
Yes. Okay, trustee Connectney?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
What was Eileen's vote?
She voted yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, yes. My vote is yes.
And trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay, I've got 4-0 on that.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. All right. Motion is adopted. Now we go on to the second one, the short form parts 1 through 3 of Washington Avenue project. Please, Bob. I guess we want to go to the same thing. We want to go to part 2 of it, please.
Right, same process. I'll just describe real quickly so people understand. This is the other part of the Washington Ave project from Main Street to North Street and the length of Ideal Alley from Monroe Street to North Street, improving pedestrian functionality and aesthetics along Washington Ave and Ideal Alley, creation of gateways at both ends of Washington Ave, things such as sidewalks, accessible curb ramps, crosswalk treatments, ornamental street lamps, ornamental benches, bicycle racks, trash receptacles, plantings, planter boxes, signage, gateway features. Right. And this also would include the traffic signal at the Monroe Street intersection to be removed and replaced with stop signs. In addition, curbed median with tree plantings is also planned in the mid-block crossings with pedestrian activated solar powered flashing signals and some public transportation improvements. Okay. Number 1, will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulations?
No.
No.
2, will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land?
No.
3, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
No.
Number 4, will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area?
No.
5, will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway?
No.
No.
In fact, the opposite.
6, will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy or fail to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities?
No.
7, will the proposed action impact existing public or private water supplies or public or private wastewater treatment utilities?
No.
8, will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources?
No.
9, will the proposed action result in an adverse change to natural resources?
No.
10, will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems?
No.
11, will the proposed action create environmental resources or human health?
No.
Okay, so with all no answers there, then we look on part 3. The second box is for a stating that there will not be a significant adverse environmental impact. So again, you'd be looking for a motion for a negative declaration under seeker for the proposed project.
I'll make a motion for a negative action on the seeker.
I'll second.
Thank you.
All right, roll call vote, please, Bob.
Okay, trustee Connectney.
Yes.
Trustee Dorner.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Very good. Resolution is adopted. The next one is was held over resolution for downtown revitalization project related to the Greater Binghamton Fund Award. What I want to know is, are you willing to go for a bond to pay for our part of it knowing that with the infrastructure being done by our departments, we're seriously hoping to not spend a whole lot of money. But this is something we legally have to do if we're going to continue with our Washington Avenue. So I would like to know if you would like to make a motion for this, please.
I'll make a motion for the resolution for the downtown revitalization project related to the Greater Binghamton Fund.
I'll second that.
Okay. May I have a roll call vote, please, Bob?
Yes. And just for the record, because this is a borrowing resolution, it requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Konechny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Very good. Resolution is adopted. The next one is an appointment of members to the Refuge Advisory Commission through Trustee Burlingame. I would like a motion, and Trustee Burlingame, would you like to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the, to appoint members to the Refuse Advisory Commission.
And may I have, thank you. And may I have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Konechny?
Yeah.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
And Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Very good. Resolution is adopted. Now we come to the seeker for the prohibiting recycling facilities in the industrial zones. I will not be voting on this. As I have said in the very beginning, I'm trying to lessen Bob's responsibilities of asking me. Trustee Konechny, do you have anything you wanted to say? You mentioned something to me earlier.
Yeah, Bob, I think I'm just going to abstain from everything going forward with the seeker. So if we could just do that and save you the time.
Well,
is it allowed?
I'm not trying to make it hard on you, but because you're a trustee, we do need to call you in the roll call of this. So I apologize, but I think it would be appropriate just to make sure the roll call is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the environmental review for the local law, which would prohibit recycling facilities in the industrial zones. It, of course, everyone knows repeals local law 18 of 2020 from last year, and it also adds a provision for the definition of manufacturing. Part 1 has been filled out. At some point, we ought to have a motion to approve parts 1, 2, and 3 and the addendum, but I think we can do that after we go through parts 2 and 3.
What do we have to do on part 1?
Well, actually, yeah, you know, the 239 review noted that the part 1 should recognize the Susquehanna Heritage Plan. I'm going to pull that up right now. I don't have the 239 right in front of me. Does anyone have the 239 right in front of them?
For Broome County or the town?
It was the Broome County response to the 239.
I'm looking for it on my computer.
Yeah, I got it here, I think. Let me see.
I think Bob just sent it 3 days ago, 4 days ago.
Yeah, Bob, I'm looking at it. What do you need?
Yeah, they had a couple of comments about part 1 of the seeker form. It was really their only comments on it. And I think they wanted to see a change on C2B. Is that right?
Yeah, seeker full EAF part 1 C2A. While the proposed change may be consistent, please note that the adopted Broome County Comprehensive Plan identifies parts of Endicott as an innovation district with a focus on advanced manufacturing, as well as the Endicott I-District Revitalization Plan and Southern Tier State Revitalization Initiative Plan for consideration in your review. And also Part 1C2E, the Village of Endicott is located within the Susquehanna Heritage Area and referenced in the Susquehanna Heritage Area Management Plan Amendment.
Okay. So I would recommend that we, in that part 1C2B, we add in there the Susquehanna Heritage Area Management Plan Amendment.
Okay.
I got a question. Is that going to delay this vote tonight at all?
No.
I don't want to see anything getting in the way of this vote tonight with any changes that would impact tonight's meeting. That's my opinion.
Right. There's no reason why that would delay. All they're stating is that the location is within that Susquehanna Area Management Plan Amendment. Recognition of that wouldn't delay the vote.
My concern, well, I probably shouldn't tell you my concern, but I'm going to tell you anyway, is that if there's a change in the seeker, that this resolution could be tabled or delayed to the next meeting.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
If that's the case, I would say I don't want to include it after the law is passed. If it does, we could always amend it later on. But I do not want to give the opportunity of this thing to go any longer than tonight. Because anytime we make a change, any documents, it's a new issue and it moves on to another date. So that's my recommendation.
So the way, if you don't want to change the form, what I would say is just when you're doing your environmental review here, take into consideration that this is in the Susquehanna Heritage Area Management Plan Amendment, and take into consideration also the Endicott I-District Revitalization Plan and the Southern Tier Upstate Revitalization Initiative Plan. That's what the county is asking us to do. So I recommend that when we're going through the environmental analysis, have those things in mind when you're answering your questions. Okay.
Okay.
What did you say the third one was, Bob? Southern Tier
Upstate Revitalization Initiative Plan.
I just need to ask a question about the seriousness of that addition. As everybody knows, back in May, when the county recommended 8 or 9 serious changes that should be made, every one of them was ignored. And that no changes were made. So I'm just, well, I think you know where I'm going. ignoring the county.
Yeah, I don't think we should ignore the county. I think we should add it to part C2B.
Well, if it doesn't delay the process, along with it, but too much funny stuff happens along this road, which I'm anxious to get this solved. So.
Yeah, I understand. I would like to think that we've all been through enough over the last year. So I hope we can just get this voted on tonight and put it behind us. So I really hope we can do that.
Okay, well, so why don't we have a vote, and why don't we do it like this? We could amend the part 1 of the seeker form to include the Susquehanna Area Management Plan Amendment in section C2B. And we'll see the result of that vote, and that'll get us past the adoption of part 1 here.
Okay.
And if it doesn't get approved, then you could go back to the prior version. But I mean, I don't want to. It's really kind of form over substance. The point is, you want to do a hard look at the environmental impacts, whether or not you put it on the form. But I recommend that you put it on the form, like Nick suggested.
Well, there really is no environmental impact. It's actually, well, it's a betterment from what we already have, if that's what they're trying to get at. But let's take the vote. We'll take the vote.
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion to approve part 1 of the seeker form for the recycling law as amended?
I will make a motion to approve part 1 of the recycling seeker as amended.
I'll second it.
Okay, and we can do a roll call vote. Mayor, did I lose you here? I'm not seeing you.
No, let me come back and tell him I'm here.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm here. I'm here, Bob. I just don't have my picture on because it's Eileen talking. I don't have anything left to say, but I'm right here.
Okay.
I'm leaving my microphone on because, of course, Eileen's got to answer when you ask. But I won't be voting.
Okay.
But I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. So you want me to do a roll call vote on this part 1 as amended?
I want you to, yes, you're going to be doing a lot of roll calls. So I'm not going to be asking you to make them because I'm going to be asking you 50 times.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just go and you stop me if you think I'm going off the deep end here. So
I will because I've been texting you all night.
Okay. All right, Trustee Konechny.
I'm going to abstain.
Trustee Dorner.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
Yes.
And Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, so part 1 has been approved with a 3-0 to 1 vote. Okay, so we can move on to part 2 of the environmental form. So this is the long form, and I'm on page 1 of 10. It's part 2. Okay, so the first question deals with the impact on land. The proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of the proposed site. And again, we can do this a couple different ways. We can vote on each one of these, or we can do it by consensus and then vote on the final question on the end.
I think we should go by the consensus.
Okay.
Bob, what page are we on? I'm sorry.
Yep. So it's part 2 of the seeker form, and it's page 1 of 10.
Is it in the, oh, I see. It's in another packet. Hold on.
So mine came all stapled together. Parts 1, 2, and 3 in the addendum all were stapled together.
Yes.
Part 1 is 13 pages.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. All right. I'm with you.
Okay. Okay, so looking at part 2, and we're looking to determine if there's any moderate to large adverse environmental impacts as a result of approving this law. So the first one is the impact on land. Number 1, the proposed action may involve construction on or physical alteration of the land surface of a proposed site.
No.
No.
It's a no.
Number 2 deals with impacts on geological features. The proposed action may result in the modification or destruction of or inhibit access to any unique or unusual landforms on the site.
No.
Okay, that's no. Number 3, impacts on surface water. The proposed action may affect one or more wetlands or other surface water bodies.
No.
No.
Number 4, impacts on groundwater.
No.
No.
The proposed action may result in new or additional use of groundwater or may have the potential to introduce contaminants to groundwater or an aquifer.
No.
No.
Okay, number 5, impact on flooding. The proposed action may result in development on land subject to flooding.
No.
No.
Number 6, impacts on air. The proposed action may include a state-regulated air emission source.
No.
No.
Okay. 7, impacts on plants and animals. The proposed action may result in a loss of flora or fauna.
No.
No.
8, impacts on agricultural resources. The proposed action may impact agricultural resources.
No.
No.
Number 9, impact on aesthetic resources. The land use of the proposed action are obviously different from or are in sharp contrast to current land use patterns between the proposed project and a scenic or aesthetic resource.
No.
No.
Number 10, impacts on historic and archaeological resources. The proposed action may occur in or adjacent to a historic or archaeological resource.
No.
No.
Number 11, impacts on open space and recreation. The proposed action may result in a loss of recreational opportunities or reduction of an open space resource as designated in any adopted municipal open space plan.
No.
No.
12, impact on critical environmental areas. Proposed action may be located within or adjacent to a critical environmental area.
No.
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 13, impact on transportation. The proposed action may result in a change to existing transportation systems.
No.
No.
14, impacts on energy. The proposed action may cause an increase in the use of any form of energy.
No.
And 15, impacts on noise, odor, and light. The proposed action may result in an increase in noise, odor, or outdoor lighting.
No.
No.
Sixteen, impacts on human health. The proposed action may have an impact on human health from exposure to new or existing sources of contaminants.
No.
No.
17, consistency with community plans. The proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans.
That's
It's one of these double negatives.
If we say no, does that mean yes?
No.
The proposed action is not consistent with adopted. It is not. If we agreed with that, we should vote yes or no.
Well, if you read on, it says, if yes, answer questions A to H. If no, go to 18. So I think no means you're not agreeing with this statement. And the statement is that the proposed action is not consistent with adopted land use plans.
Okay.
Yeah. So I would say
no.
I think, okay, no. So a no would be, you feel like it is consistent with community plans.
Yeah.
Right.
So so it should be no then.
Yes.
Right.
How many negatives?
Yeah. 18, consistency with community character. The proposed action is inconsistent with the existing community character.
No.
No.
Okay. So just to make sure the record's completely clear, I've answered no to all of the questions based on your responses of 1 through 18. So that's what part 2 is going to look like. Do you want to have a motion to approve part 2 of the seeker form?
I'll make a motion. And I'll second it.
I'll second it.
Okay. Was that a motion by Nick, seconded by Pat?
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Konechny?
Abstain.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay, so that was approved 3-0 to 1. Okay, now we'll take a look at part 3 of the seeker form. This is a 2-page document. You'll see at the bottom of the first page, it identifies this as a type 1. Parts 1, 2, and 3 are completed. If you go on to page 2 of 2, box A there is that proposed action will result in no significant adverse impacts on the environment, and therefore an environmental impact statement need not be prepared. Accordingly, this negative declaration is issued. You want to, well, I think it would be appropriate now at this time for somebody to make a motion for a negative declaration under seeker with regard to local law 1 of 2021.
I'll make a motion to propose a negative declaration regarding this seeker.
I'll second that.
Was that worded right, Bob?
Yeah, so I'm just going to restate it here. So this is a motion for a negative declaration under seeker for local law 1 of 2021, which is a local law prohibiting recycling facilities in industrial zones. Does that sound right?
Yes, yes, it does.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, trustee Konechny,
I'm going to abstain.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
and trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes 3 to 1. And the part 3 had an addendum as well. So I would recommend a motion to approve part 3 and the addendum to part 3, if that's what you're looking to do.
Say that one more time, Bob. You cut out. I'm sorry.
Yep. So we had a motion to approve parts 1 and 2 of the seeker form. There's a motion for a negative declaration just to tighten up. It would be a motion to approve part 3 and the addendum to part 3.
I'll make a motion to approve part 3 and the addendum. Is that what I was supposed to say?
Yeah, the addendum to part 3 for the seeker form for the local law.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
And just to, you guys have all received that document quite a while ago, and it's been reviewed. I don't want to, I don't want to steer the ship too much here, but it's my understanding everybody is in favor of that that addendum.
No, correct. We just needed your
Yes,
wording.
I am.
Right. Okay.
I agree with it.
Okay. So trustee Konechny,
Abstain.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
Yes.
and trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, so that's approved 3 to 1. Okay, Mayor, I guess I'll turn it back over to you. That's the seeker is done for the local law.
Okay. All right, then we're all done with that. Then we go to number G, the approving the prohibiting recycling facilities in the industrial zone. And I will let you deal with that, Bob, because you have to do the roll call vote for that. So I need an motion and a second, please.
Right. So this is the resolution approving local law 1 of 2021, prohibiting recycling facilities in industrial zones. So someone needs to make a motion to move that resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve local law number 01-2021, prohibiting recycling facilities in industrial zones.
I'll second it.
And you'll need a roll call vote on that, Bob.
Okay. Trustee Konechny,
I'm going to abstain.
trustee Dorner,
Yes.
trustee Warner,
On behalf of everyone who's on the Zoom meeting tonight, on behalf of Carol Ullman, who burst out crying tonight, she was so upset with this issue, and on behalf of Mary Ann Dorner, who this would never be happening if it wasn't for her, I cast a second vote in favor.
and trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay.
Very
So
good.
That's approved 3 to 1.
All right, well, resolution is adopted. Now we go on to unfinished business. Our health insurance.
I just want to make one comment. That was 1 year's worth of work to get that vote. Thank
you
you,
were not-
everybody on Zoom.
You were not recognized, please. Let's go on to health insurance held over from 118. I would like to know if you would like to make a motion to take care of this health insurance. May I have a motion for that? So we can get
Yeah.
this out of the way? Thank you,
I'll
Nick.
make a motion to approve and switch to this new health insurance.
I'll second that.
And may I have a roll call vote, please, Bob?
Yes. Trustee Connectney,
Yes.
Trustee Dorner,
Yes.
Trustee Warner,
Yes.
and Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
Okay, motion is adopted. We go on to new business, but I don't see any on the agenda. So we will be coming to our second hearing of visitors for the night. And again, Bob, I'm going to be muting myself because like I say, my husband keeps walking back and forth and I'm trying to not interrupt the meeting.
Hey, Bob, I got an email from Bill Houston that during the last hearing of visitors, somehow his phone number got missed. So I just want to make sure we call on him.
Okay. Did he give you his phone number?
I didn't see his phone number. No.
I think it ended in 4091. If you got the other three numbers, maybe I'm wrong. I can't remember.
Well, I'm going to go through them all, and I should be able to hit them. I thought I hit everyone, but well, so first of all, let's start with the videos. There are some people with their hands raised. I don't know if it was from last time though, because I think Christine, Tamara, and Rocky still have their hands raised. So if you do want to speak, keep it raised. If you don't, lower it. We're going to start with Peter Burnett.
Bob, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Very brief. I just want to thank the trustees for their consideration, the long and hard path to get here. Everyone on the call, and there are some very special individuals here. I don't want to necessarily call people out by name. They know who they are, that really put a lot of pain and effort in doing what I believe to be the right thing here. So thank you very much. Thank you to the trustees that represented the will of the people. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to Tamara Lindo.
I also want to thank all the trustees and everybody on the No Burn Broom team and that have worked tirelessly this year plus time, and it's such a relief to know that there's finally an end to it. And I just want to thank everybody for all of your hard work, and I thank the trustees for doing the right thing. And thank you, Eileen, for, the last minute hurrah. You just couldn't pull it out and do the right thing, but I appreciate all the rest of the trustees doing the right thing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rocky, you're next. Rocky, you there? Okay, he may have had his hand still raised from last time. We'll go on to Betty.
I want to thank Bob for handling this meeting very well. And I know it's difficult for you to do that as the lawyer. On top of it, I want to thank the 3 members of the council that decided to put an end to this bad year. 2020 was a bad year, and I'm hoping 2021 is the beginning of something new. So I want to thank you all, and I want to congratulate you, because you've really done a good thing in changing a bad situation. So have a good evening, and thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, next is Marianne.
Thanks, Bob, for letting me talk. Thank you so much for the shout out. I appreciate that. But this has been a huge group effort. We could not have accomplished this without all of this team, who are remarkable people. They have a heart, they have a brain, and they have a soul. And with those three things mean everything. And I have to say, I have to give a shout out to Bill Houston, because if it wasn't for Bill, who brought this to all of our attention, I found out about this on WBNG. It said Endicott digs deeper, and he was named on there, him and Dr. Connett, and I called both of them on the same day, and they both wanted to pursue this. So I have to say that it has been amazing. I don't even know what else to say. Amazing working with this team that has grown into 30 to 40 people. And we have, like I said before, established a friendship now, and hopefully we'll be friends for life. And we just found something amidst, like Howard just said, amidst this very difficult year to bring us together in solidarity. And I think we have made Endicott stronger, and we're only hoping now to do bigger and better things and bringing clean. I know someone said we shouldn't say clean. So let's just say beneficial and productive industry and businesses to Endicott. So thank you. And Bob, I have to say to you, yes, I agree with Howard that it's difficult in spite of everything we're seeing on this Zoom and all of the nonsense that we're seeing behind the scenes, for you to maintain decorum, and I appreciate that. So thank you to all of you, and especially to Pat Dorner, Ted Warner, and Nick Burlingame for voting the right way. Thank you so much to all of you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Can I respond to what they say, Bob?
Yeah, you know, I said last time that we weren't supposed to respond. I forgot that we had changed the rules on that, so that's my mistake.
I would just like to say, I don't know the woman that just talked there. She's she says a lot of nice things about me, but I'm claiming the fifth there. She's got the same last name, but we'll see.
Okay. All right, thanks. So next is Craig Stevens.
Hey, thanks, Bob. I just want to say, folks, from looking in from the outside as a neighbor, this is what happens when the community gets together. The price of safety is eternal vigilance. Do not think all this is going away. Stay together. And as a pilot, my dad pilot, watch your six. That means watch what's coming from behind, because this is not going to stop. They're going to continue to try to abuse your community from all areas. Go and just be good. But here's another one my dad used to say. You can ignore reality, folks, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. That's what this is all about. You can ignore a reality all you want, but when the consequences come and slap you in the face, and you guys did not want to get your face slapped, so you stood up like good citizens do. You told your elected officials what your thoughts were. You changed your elected officials, and your elected officials decided this evening to see the way the people want it. And I was on that first one with you guys with 350 people. I mean, if that would have been a room full of people, 350 people, this never would have gone on for a year. I'm telling you right now. But the COVID issue has caused us to have to do this by phoning it in. And I'm proud to be neighbors of your community. I have no ill will towards anybody that voted the other way. Bob, thank you for keeping the decorum on the meeting. I think everyone behaved themselves pretty well. All I will say is there's a right side of issues and a wrong side of issues. My dad always says, find yourself on the right side. So thank you for this evening, proving that there is a right side to this. I'm phenomenally excited about what your community has done. And you're right, stay together, Marianne. This entire team should stay together and grow by leaps and bounds. So nothing like this ever has a chance to happen again, because they'll try. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak as a neighbor and a non-citizen of your local beautiful community, and keep it that way. And I think you will after tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Terry Farrell.
Thank you, Bob. I just want to say I can't tell you how proud I am right now to be a Endicott resident. I've said it many times, you know, we bleed orange and black over here, and you know, we love our school, we love our baseball fields, we love our swimming pools. That's what we've been fighting for. I've met so many amazing people in this journey since last March. I'll never forget when I got on that first call, when Ted Warner had given me a call, and his sister lives across the street, and they told me what was going on. And if it hadn't been for Bill Houston and Marianne Dorner, we would have never had that opportunity to be where we are today. That's huge. And I also want to thank our attorney, Claudia Bramer, who without her, we would never be where we are today. And, you know, everybody who spoke on this call, you had something or in some way you were connected to No Burn Broom or any of the groups in Endicott that really were out fighting for the health and safety of our community. And the residents spoke, and our trustees today listened to us. And I couldn't be prouder of everyone here. We've made friends and we've made families that are going to last a long time. So thank you guys and girls and everyone who made this happen. But and God bless.
Thank you. Chief Gary.
Good evening. Thanks, Bob. I know that the hiring of another police officer was on the agenda, and I'm not really sure what the reason was that it was passed over. But I just want to make sure that the board understands from me the importance of this hiring. I have 4 officers retiring over the next 3 months that will be a combined 80 years of experience leaving the police department. I have a 31-man department. Johnson City and Vestal, by comparison, are almost 40-man departments. So 31 officers, 4 officers retiring, in addition to an officer who is probably going to be disability retired, and another one who is on an extended military leave through February of 2022. I have contractual obligations for minimum staffing of 4 officers per shift that we regularly have to violate because of the lack of numbers that we have. I have safety obligations to my police officers, and we're dealing with a civil service list that is severely depleted due to the current environment in the United States and in New York State with regard to how the public views police, and now many people don't want to be police officers. So we're dealing with a very minimal officer candidate list. And I have 1 officer, a candidate from that list that I'm ready to hire. And without board approval, I cannot hire him. So it would be a 1-for-1 replacement that I'm seeking here, just to keep us at 31 officers minus 2 extended leave officers. And that's if we're at full strength with no sick leave, with no vacation and everything else. I cannot explain enough to the board how critical my manpower is. And quite frankly, I'm understaffed now. I understand, and I'm very diligent to the taxpayer's dollar, very attentive to it. And we're below staffed. I don't know any other way to say it. And the only way that we can even keep our head above water is to have 1-for-1 hiring. So I would ask the board to do whatever they can to get this hiring, get me approved for this hiring as soon as possible. I know you're all committed to public safety. And so what I would just ask, whatever procedures need to be followed, whether it's an emergency meeting or whatever else, if that could be done, I can't explain how critical it is enough. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Hey, Chief, just so you know, we held it over because we didn't get your letter in our packet today. So we couldn't refer to your letter, but I can't speak for everyone, but I certainly, I think we need to fill that position as soon as possible.
Is there any way to expedite that tonight without seeing the memo that was in the packet or supposed to be?
Could someone email it to us so we could review it quickly?
I'm sorry, hang on. I think the chief is muted. Let me see if I can unmute him here. Chief, I just unmuted you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to respond. Thanks, Nick, and I appreciate that. I appreciate all your support. I can answer whatever is needed. I mean, here is what happened. Detective Mike McEwen, probably a little less than a week ago now, submitted retirement papers. He's going to be taking another job. Each of these guys that are retiring now. So I have 3 officers, a lieutenant, two lieutenants and a detective. Their last day will be February 12th. Official last day will be February 15th. And then I have another sergeant whose last day will be at the end of May. The academy starts March 31st. So I have to have anybody who's replacing these 4 has to be in place before the academy starts. Otherwise, I have another 18 months or at least 12 months before I'm going to be able to bring a replacement in. I don't know what else you would need. I would be happy to resend the email tonight, but it's a 1-for-1 replacement.
Ed, I don't see any reason why we can't revisit this. We need to go back to communication C and make an motion and pass it. If these guys are really want to keep up with the police force, I see no reason to not pass it tonight, because we can't mess up your March recruitment, and we can't give up good recruits. So I would like to have someone make a motion for me to pass this tonight.
I will make a motion to give the chief permission to hire 1 additional recruit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I will second that.
Thank you very much. Bob, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. So that was Nick and Eileen. Yes. Nick's motion, Eileen second?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Konechny?
Yes.
Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Motion is accepted. Thank you so much, Pat, for all your help. And I'm so sorry to interrupt your hearing of visitors. We can go back to that now. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Hey. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So we'll go to the telephones. Call in user 1, you're first. Any statements about village business?
No more comments, thank you.
Thank you. Six 607-621-6759. Unmuting you now.
You want to wait a few minutes and make the motion? Sure.
Any statements you'd like to make? Okay. We'll move on to 607-239 9975. You can unmute yourself if you have any statements.
Yes, I would just like to say thank you to Trustees Burlingame, Dorner, and Warner, and know that a lot of people in Endicott are sleeping a lot better tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. So 7296 0671. You can unmute yourself if you'd like to speak.
Let me see 3 phones.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I was denied the ability to speak at the first hearing of visitors, so maybe you can be, and I was also denied the right to speak on the January 4th meeting, even though I was signed up ahead of time. So maybe you can be a little generous on my minutes right now, please, Bob. I'd appreciate it. So thank you very much for all of the kind words and the recognition. I just want to thank Terry Farrell. You're a superstar. Marianne and Pat Dorner, Nick Burlingame, Ted Warner, Paul and Ellen Connett, John Ruspentini, George and Howard, Diane Hunter, Christine Ellison, Amanda and Jennifer and the Mamas Group, Alwyn and Rick Searles, Claudia Bramer. I know I'm missing a lot of people, but it really took a village. We all came together. I have never been more proud of living in the village and of you all. I'm so very grateful because when we were fighting the stink trucks, the leachate dumping operation, we could not raise the community together and we were not successful. So the only thing that matters is the people. We all came together. So God bless you all. I don't want to throw rain on everybody's parade here, but I'm just not sure what really happened tonight. I mean, undoing the May 7th vote was the right thing to do, but it seems to me we just prohibited recycling in an industrial zone. And I think I question the wisdom of that. We love recycling here. We want recycling here. We wanted to prohibit incinerators. And in fact, unless you did a grandfather, you just zoned 2 existing businesses out of business. We have 2 existing recycling operations in our industrial zone, Geodis and Neighborhood Redemption over on Badger Avenue. So it just seems a little odd to me. I'm a little confused. So anyway, when will the trees be replanted on the avenue? It's been 4 years. I would like, and we, I believe we really need to have a tree commission. Some of us are beginning to talk about forming one. Now, I just got a FOIL back from the village. Thank you, Anthony. And it was a little late, but that's okay. So what I asked for was I asked to see who has admin privileges on the Village of Endicott website and also on Facebook. And what it came back with, there's a whole bunch of people associated with Roseanne Saul Advertising. There's only 2 village employees that have admin privileges. The rest of them work for a public relations and advertising firm. Now, I question the wisdom of this because we just had an issue. For example, I am presently banned from commenting on the Village of Endicott Facebook page, and it was right around the time that Stephen Donnelly was running the Village of Endicott Facebook and social media and website. Stephen Donnelly had a conflict of interest. He's a public relations guy, and he had a client called Sunjeel, and he was working for Sunjeel and also anyway. So I would really appreciate it if I would be allowed to comment on the Village of Endicott Facebook page again, and also I just want to state on the record that I think it's a bad idea to have public relations firms running our social media and our website. Now, I'll give you an example here. WBNG just had an article published, they did a news piece, and then they took it right down, and then they brought it back up. It was a different version. It was a sanitized version. It looks like it had a public relations wash to it, and it all had to do with a 1,4-dioxane contamination of the South Street wells. So it seems a little odd to me. So, and then lastly, I just want to say one last thing. Thank you, and that's to Tamara and Diane and Christine, and there were others that had a particular question tonight. I just want to say, please look at Public Officers Law, Section 36. Public Officers Law, Section 36. That's how you remove a village official for misconduct, maladministration, malfeasance, or malversation in office. If you are interested in that, please visit tinyurl.com/remove Endicott mayor. tinyurl.com, remove Endicott mayor. Give us your information and we'll be in touch soon. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yeah, we'll just let you.
Okay. Okay, next is 540-412-6606. Do you have any statements you'd like to make?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, it's been a long night, but well worth the wait, and I'll keep it short. I just want to say 2 thumbs up to Endicott. No more incinerator. Thank you very much.
No more anything.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Bob, Ted's muted again. Can you unmute Ted when you get a chance? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I just totally went home. I got tired.
Okay, I just did. Ted, there you go.
Okay, I'm back on.
Okay.
We're pretty much done. It's empty. It's too late at night to drink.
Okay, we're gonna go with 607-748-8095. You have any statements you'd like to make? Okay. Next is 607-427-1002.
Hi, it's Donna again. Thank you for a long year of hard work by a lot of people, smart ones, people who have a lot of faith in our village. I don't even know how to thank you all. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like I got everyone here. Did I miss anyone? Nick, did you see something?
I see a couple new hands raised on the raise hand feature over there.
Okay. Okay. Rocky, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations. It's been a long year to this point to rescind this law. But I got to tell you, Bob, I'm not amused sitting on this Zoom meeting, hearing women snickering, saying it's too late to be drinking. We're not paying our public officials to drink and make laws and rules that we all have to live by and be drinking alcohol at the same time. I find it appalling. Appalling. And they don't even have enough sense to mute their microphones.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that covers everyone. Mayor, do you want to take it from there? I guess we're on number 18, board member comments.
Who were you talking to?
I was turning it back over to Linda.
Oh, okay.
Can we go on with comments?
Yeah, yeah, I'm not seeing Linda's name on here anymore. Am I missing that? Does anyone see her?
No.
I haven't seen her all night.
Behave, Ted.
Okay, well, so I guess that also means we don't have Eileen. So the three of you, Nick, Pat, and Ted, someone needs to be voted to preside over this meeting and finish this up.
Nick has the experience. I'll nominate him.
Okay, why don't you just formalize that with a motion and a vote?
I'll make a motion that Nick becomes presiding officer for the rest of the meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay, real quick roll call. Trustee Dorner?
Yes.
Trustee Warner?
Yes.
Trustee Burlingame?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to board member comments. Trustee Dorner?
Yes, I'd like to say a couple of things. The election had a lot to do with how this came out. The people spoke, and it's our job to do the will of the people, not for some special interest or other people other than the voters. I've always claimed that I don't know everything. I'm not an expert in a lot of things, but when I don't understand something, I refer to experts and people that are a lot smarter than I am. That includes some of the people I spoke about earlier with Paul Connett and John Ruspentini, George, several other people, Ellen Taberry, Rob, right down the line. But the number one person, I said something earlier about comments about my wife. When I try to be funny, I'm not that funny, but I just want to know, or just want to say what a tremendous organizer she is. And the opposition didn't know what was going to hit them when she got involved. And firsthand how she is. And it's not a good thing to go against her principles which are many. So I want to thank my wife for that effort. And lastly, there was a hot mic comment from either the mayor or Eileen when I talked about we're going to be bringing businesses to Endicott. And there was a comment, good luck. I find that kind of, I don't even know what to say the word is, but we expect the proposal to be coming forward in the near future, which I'm not going to take any credit for because it's people behind the scenes that are doing the work and we're just outside trying to push a good agenda forward. So that's all I got to say. Thank you to everybody on the Zoom tonight, and thank Bob too. Bob, you're in a real tough spot, and I appreciate your calmness and your professionalism in dealing with this problem. Thanks.
Thank you.
Trustee Warner?
Yes, I have two comments I wanted to make. If anybody's thinking of hanging up, they better wait for my second comment. They're going to enjoy it. First, I'd like to cancel the special meeting that was set for Wednesday night. We set that up, Nick and I did, in case they held it over tonight. So we wouldn't have to wait 2 weeks. So that special meeting for Wednesday night is canceled. Second comment, I guess I got 4 comments. My second comment is I wanted to say a big thank you to Bob McCurdick, our lawyer. I don't know all the details. I know he has had to walk a tight wire on this whole thing, and it's been tough. And I appreciate the job he's done. I have a lot of faith in him as our attorney. The third thing I'd like to say is every single person on here tonight, and the people that have left, there's about 30 people that have left, have worked for an entire year to get to this vote tonight. And between all of us, every single person has done something. And between all of us, there's literally tens of thousands of hours of work in this vote tonight. So I think everyone here should be very proud of themselves. If it wasn't for everyone here, we could never have done it without this many people. It's very unfortunate that Eileen and Linda forced us into this a year ago and kept us in it for a whole year. But in the end, we won. It's over with. Along the way, this was a big win, but there was another win along the way. The reason we won tonight is because you voted to get Pat and Nick on board on the board. And I'd like to thank Pat and Nick for the good job they did to get on the board and the good job they've done in the 1 month we've been here. The thing about Pat and Nick is that's very good for our board. These guys are businessmen, both of them. They're very rational. They're professional. They're level-headed. They are pro-business, even though we voted this lot tonight. They and I are all pro-business. We are meeting with Huron, people at Huron once a month because they are our big entity in town. We've already met with them once for 3 hours. Pat and Nick make good decisions. They're honest. And you have not heard them rant and rave for the whole month they've been here, like other people. So thank you all, every single person here tonight. You played a part in this victory. We can celebrate a great, big, huge sigh of relief. We can congratulate ourselves. The people that are on here tonight are exactly what Endicott needs. Now, my second comment is this, that I've been cleared by I guess someone said, Linda and Eileen said, good luck bringing business to Endicott. Well, because of all of our work for a year and because of this vote tonight, I've been talking to a developer for a whole year. He actually started talking about a project 2 or 3 years ago. I've been talking to him for about a year. Pat and Nick have both been talking to him. And he cleared me to make this announcement tonight. The housing project there on East Franklin Street, right near the factory, Skyview Heights. Above that project, there's 25 acres that the same developer owns those 25 acres. He's going to put a $20 million project on those 25 acres. If Sanjil came to town, he was not going to do the project. If we got to the point that what we did tonight and voted this law, and then he would come and do another project. And this is not something this summer. It's not anything next summer. The next meeting is another big meeting, February 15th. He's coming to the Board of Trustee meeting, February 15th. He's bringing his lawyer, his architect, his engineering firm. He wants to build a $20 million project up there. He wants to start immediately. It's what it is. It's a 120 unit apartment building. It's a big U shape with a U wide open to the valley, so that everyone who has an apartment there is going to get a beautiful view of the valley. 120 units. Right now, those 25 acres pay $60,000 a year, $60,000 over 20 years in taxes. When he gets done in about a year and a half, he will be paying $10 million in taxes for the next 20 years. So this is exactly what Endicott needs. It's the type of people Endicott needs. They have discretionary income. They're not out on the streets, walking the streets, buying drugs. They're shopping in our local grocery stores and everywhere else. The Skyview apartments are completely full, completely rented out now. He's a very successful. Here's an example of what the type of developer he is. If you drive up there on Skyview Heights, he left an opening there with a bench for the public to go up there and look at the view. He also put in underground telephone wires. He didn't have to do that. So we really, and on top of it, who would ever want to build on that hill? And so we really want to thank him for doing that. So the next meeting, February 15th, if it's still planned, and I think it is, he will be at the Board of Trustee meeting to lay out his project. So by working for a year and getting these two guys on the board and making this vote tonight, we not only got rid of that company, but we also brought a big project to town. So thank you, everybody.
Okay. I guess I will end with my comments. I just want to say that I was touched by all of your comments tonight. At times, I actually had to hold back some tears because it was really emotional and touching. I have so much love for this community, and I am very proud to represent you all. This issue has turned neighbors into family, and I thank you for that. I will be forming a commission on recycling to determine what recycling should be allowed in our community. We will take our time. We will do it right. We're not going to rush. We're going to make it safe and make sure it has the proper protections in place. That's all I have tonight. Thank you all. Could I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
I'll second. I gotta go shovel.
Roll call.
Trustee Dorner.
Yes.
Trustee Warner.
It's going to be 3-0 and 2 abstain.
And Trustee Burlingame.
Yes.
I love looking at the screen. Everybody's cheering. Wow.
No obscenities.
Thank you all.
Big victory. Big victory.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Wow, there you have it. Can I get myself on screen? I don't know if I should. There you have it, friends. Holy Jesus. Let me put something up. Let me put up a graphic. Sanjil is dead. Is somebody calling me? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hello? 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 Okay, I'm gonna call you back. I don't know why I couldn't hear you, but holy Jesus, where's my thing? Let's go back to it. Sorry, I just got interrupted. There it is. Sanjil is DOA. Oh, let me get rid of my little temperature monitor thing. Sanjil is dead. We did it. We did it, Endicott. You did it. We all did it together. I can't believe it. I can hardly believe it because, I mean, I started it. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't have ego involvement, but I don't win every battle, and I win a lot of them. But this was spectacular. Good job, Endicott. God bless you, Endicott. I have never been more proud to live here. You did it. We did it. We kicked their ass, and we kicked Cuomo's ass. We did it. We kept this dangerous, toxic facility out of our town. It really did take a village. Okay, friends. So I'm going to sign off because I'm getting phone calls. So where is my black screen? There it is. Wait a minute. I should bring you something like, where's my, there it is. Be sure to subscribe if you are not subscribed, and to the Bill Houston podcast on YouTube. And I work in the public interest. Donations are gratefully received at tinyurl.com/donate to Bill Houston, or Bill Houston, P.O. Box 22, Endicott, New York, 13761. I'll see you later.